self-determination, African self-reliance. We reject using non-Africans to build or solve any African problem.
That means white folks, y'all.
That include, well, not them, any other group. Any other group, including the building of the Black family. This is why the Snow Bunny crisis must be rejected by all Pan-Africans, because you're getting a white woman to build a Black family. You're going to get a Chinese woman to build a Black family. You're going to get an Arab female to build the Black family. That's integration. That is not self-determination. Black institutions must be built by all Blacks. Black family must be built by all Blacks. We must solve our problems ourselves. We don't hate nobody. We are not bigoted. We do not teach harm or hurt to any other branch of the human family, but we are 100% unapologetically committed to solving African people's problems by ourselves. We don't want no white money. We don't want no white ideas, and we don't want no white participation. It must be RBG or not at all. And the fourth principle I would offer for the sake of time.
Yes, sir.
Is we must have independent African economic and political power. If we reject integration, how can you be a member of the Democratic Party? If we reject integration, how can you be a member of the Republican Party? We believe in self-determination in everything. So how can you be a card-carrying member of a white racist political party and consider yourself to be a Pan-Africanist? It doesn't make any sense. We need Black banks, Black dollar, Black business, Black political union. All things must be baptized in triple Blackness. Everything we do must be baptized in triple Blackness. Our religion must be triple Blackness. Our families must be triple Blackness. Our behavior, our thinking, our institutions, our systems, our infrastructure, everything must be baptized in triple Blackness until the liberation of African people is your religion. Until the liberation of African people is your religion, you are not serious about African emancipation.
That's what Booker T. Washington believed. That's what Marcus Garvey believed. I believe anybody who was a Pan-African believed what you were saying, Dr. Johnson. But there is the opposite. White lives do matter because everybody matters, Dr. Johnson. Why does it always have to be Black this? That sounds like racism to me, Dr. Johnson.
Well, first of all, caring about what other people think about you is anti-African behavior. We are in a state of crisis. We are fighting for our survival as a people. We do not have time to be concerned with what other people think about what we need to do to save ourselves.
Thank you.
Does a runaway slave give a damn about the fact that the slave master lost out on their investment when they purchased them? Absolutely not. Nobody cares what the enemy thinks except Black folks. That's because we would much rather be accepted than be free. I want to say this again. Africans in America will never admit it. But as a psychologist, I know it to be true, and can't nobody disprove me. 98% of the American Africans would much rather be accepted and remain a permanent underclass,
right,
than be free and be responsible for your own children's food, clothing, and shelter. We don't want freedom, because the other side of freedom is responsibility. The other side of freedom is accountability. The other side of freedom is sacrifice. If you really believe American Africans are serious about freedom, show me the institutions that prove it. Show me the systems that prove it. Show me the infrastructure, the schools, the programs that prove it. We ain't interested in being free. Every time we fight the power structure, It is not to get free of the power structure. It's to be better treated by the power structure. We want sympathy. We don't want freedom.
So what is it that exactly? Well, I'm going to ask you, when you do open the school, and he will open the school. I'm just saying that because, of course, I got to be the one that says it, that everybody says that you're not going to do this, you're not going to do that, blah, 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 blah. And I always come here with a straight face saying, what proof do you have? You have none. He's done everything. What have you done? You have done pretty much everything except put a red tape around the school and clip it once everything is intact and in order. So what have you particularly done for yourself and for your community versus what a man like this is doing everything and anything but shouting to the heavens? What are you doing?
Let me say this. I find it rather interesting that my detractors and frenemies tried to reduce my contribution to African history and the liberation struggle to whether or not I opened the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. You are absolutely right, my brother. And we're going to go to midnight. I'm going to take you to midnight, King. 30 more minutes. You are absolutely right that we will open the school. But let me say this. If I never opened the school, there's 5 things that I'm going down in history for. If I never open the school, I am the first psychologist in the history of this country to make sure damn near every Black parent in this country, more than any psychologist ever, understands the education system and how to beat it, the special education system and how to beat it, the psychiatric medication system and how to beat it, the ADHD and disruptive behavior disorder system and how to beat it. I am a household name amongst Black parents and white educators because of the work I've done saving our children. No psychologist has ever influenced the way Black parents raise their children, deal with the mental health system, or deal with the education system like Dr. Umar Ifatunde. I'm going down in history as the most influential Black school psychologist in the history of this country. Undeniable, undisputable. That's number 1. Number 2, I have raised more Black youth to Black consciousness in the world. Remember, I'm not local, I'm global. Everybody else is local. I'm global.
Yes.
Okay. I speak more out the country than they speak in the country. Nobody has taken more Black youth to consciousness globally than I have. And I would attach to that I'm responsible for influencing more Black women to wear their natural hair than any Black scholar in the history of this country, except for maybe the most honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey. There's not a continent you can go where you don't find Black youth who were woke up to consciousness by me, or Black women who return to their natural hair because of me. That's 2. Number 3. I have forced Black consciousness and pan-Africanism into the center of mainstream discussion about the Black reality. No one has forced Black consciousness from the grassroots into the mainstream conversation. I'm the only scholar you know who has ever been on the Breakfast Club, ever, and got 1 million views in less than 24 hours. Nobody else has done that except me. I'm the only one who has ever done it. I am the first scholar to be as popular as an entertainer, and I'm not an entertainer. I'm the first scholar to be as popular as an athlete, and I'm not an athlete. No scholar ever has received the type of reception I get around the world from African people. When white folks see me, they think I'm an athlete. He must be an actor. He must be an athlete, a rapper or something. Because when I'm on that airplane and every black person walking on the airplane is stopping and taking pictures, including the black stewardess, including the black captain, white folks are like, who is this guy? And they come over to me, are you an athlete? No, I'm not. Are you an entertainer? No, I'm not. No, I'm a doctor of clinical psychology. Wow, well, why does everybody? Because I'm a revolutionary freedom fighter for my people. No freedom fighter in our history gets the reception that I got, not globally. You've never seen it. Now, I have the benefit of social media. And because I have the benefit of social media, I don't compare myself to my great ancestors on whose shoulders I stand, because had Malcolm had social media, had King had social media, had George and Jonathan Jackson had social media, had Fred Hampton had social media, they would be even greater than I am. So I'm not comparing myself to them, but I am comparing myself to my contemporaries. They can't touch this with a 5-foot pole. I have more 1 million view videos than everybody else in the conscious community put together.
And you don't even have a YouTube page.
And I don't even have a YouTube page. I'm the biggest name on YouTube. I don't have a YouTube page. I was the biggest name on TikTok, and I didn't have a TikTok page until last month. If that doesn't show you my influence, I don't even have to self-promote. This interview we doing right now going to be taken and shared 1 million times by the morning.
I'm not really worried about all that. I'm just worried about the
absolutely
message and
not.
how to
But just
get out.
Speaking to the impact and the influence. Let's go to FDMG.
Yes, sir.
We're not even open yet, and we've already made history. First of all, we're the largest independent black school campus in the country. We're the only independent school with 2 real schools, not a church, not a basement, not a storefront, not your house. Real school buildings. We're the only one with 2. We're the largest, and not only that, except for the most honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey, except for the most honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey, we're the only school in the history of this country, that was purchased, renovated, and operated with donations from African people from all over the world. Every continent has contributed to the FDMG Academy. We get as many donations from continental Africans as we get from American Africans. We get as many donations from Africans in Europe, in Asia, in the Caribbean as we get from American Africans. You've never seen it. Maybe Garvey, but nobody else. Me and Garvey, that's it when it comes to a school that was built by Africans from all over the world. So
but why donations? But why donations, sir? Why donations? Why can't you just go to a bank? Why can't you just go to a bank and get the money from the bank and everything and blah, 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 blah? See, well, maybe, just maybe he doesn't want to he doesn't want to be responsible for white money.
Not only that, that's correct, but let's go deeper, my brother.
Yes, sir.
First of all, I don't need the bank because I'm so loved by my people. I'm so loved by my people that they said, Doc, you don't need the bank. We got you. We got you. Don't you know? I was talking to somebody the other day, right? And they said they didn't know about me. There's people who don't know me. So I remain humble. And they said, you open up a school? I said, yeah. They said, how are you getting the funding? I said, from the people. This the other day. I said, from the people. They said, what do you mean from the people? I said, I asked the black community worldwide, the African family, to help me raise the money to open up a school to educate black children. They said, you don't have no corporate sponsors? I said, no. They said, you don't have no government grants? I said, no. You don't have no celebrity backing? I said, no. They said, so how do you think you're going to buy the school? I said, excuse me, we already bought the school. $13 million campus. And we bought it for pennies on the dollar. We already got that. And we're going to be open by the end of the year, beginning of the next year, with all black money. No white loans, no bank loans, no government grants, no corporate handouts. No other black school in this country can lay claim to that now or historically, except for Garvey. We in the class all by ourselves.
Let's get the elephant out of the room. Everybody's complaining about taxes. What say you?
Well, first of all, FDMG is a tax-exempt institution.
Okay.
We do owe back taxes for the first 2 years that we operated before we became tax-exempt. So we do have to pay that to Newcastle County. But we pay that. We have a payment plan, and we're slowly paying it because we need our funds for other things. We're not up for sale. We're not up for foreclosure. We're not up for shit. All these lies that the YouTubians, they said the school was going to auction. They was going to take this. They be making up some stuff, man. It's crazy. You know what's funny? How you going to know more about the school than the man who runs the school? How you going to know more about the school than the man who bought the school? And you know what's so sad? That you got these black men who sit on YouTube all day salivating over a chance to destroy a project that we need, and I'm the only one building it. That's sad. This ain't for me. This is for our children, and you would destroy it out of jealousy and envy because the people didn't put their trust into you to get this job done. That is absolutely sad. Absolutely sad.
It is. It is. That's why I asked you earlier: do we even deserve? I'm just going to flat out ask you, and I'm going to say it: do we even deserve your contribution? Do we even deserve? Do we even deserve?
Because we are put here. We are put here to serve. You got to remember, my intervention is on the level of our children. One of the reasons I wanted to be a child psychologist is children can't be held responsible for their ignorance. Only children can't be held responsible for their mistakes. Mm-hmm. Adults can.
Yes.
You see, so I'm building a school for the babies. I'm not building a school for these YouTubian coons. I don't care what they think. They can. And the biggest problem with them is they hate the fact they don't matter to me. They hate the fact that they got 1 million videos out there slandering me, and I could care less. Because for every detractor I have, I got 1 million people who support me. There's 2 billion Africans in the world. So 1,000 YouTubians can't stop me. And I'm going to be honest with you.
Yes, sir.
I'm on a divine mission. My mission is divine. That doesn't mean it cannot be sabotaged. But it means it's going to be hard to sabotage it because I don't think the work I do is being done out of my own ego. I think the work that I do is being guided by a higher power. I absolutely believe that. I believed it since I was a child.
Yes, sir.
So my comfort, people say, why do you keep going? What keeps you going? They slandering you. You've been reported to the FBI, the IRS, the Attorney General of Pennsylvania, Attorney General of Delaware, the governor. I don't know who left for them to go to, my brother. I done got letters and investigations from everybody, the Pennsylvania State Board. There's nobody left for these coons to go to and try to sabotage my work. I'm just going to keep on going.
Yes, sir.
Nat Turner, whose revolution began on my birthday, August the 21st, 1831. Nat Turner, in his confessions, and we'll be at Nat Turner Land on November the 11th. For anybody who wants to come and celebrate the memory of the greatest Black revolutionary in the Western Hemisphere and the greatest Black army in American history, we'll be in Nat Turner Land on November the 11th. It'll be my 11th consecutive year of going to Nat Turner. Go to natturnerlibrary.com and get your tickets. I repeat, natturnerlibrary.com to get your tickets. But in the confessions, Nat Turner says, the Spirit spoke to me, and I'm paraphrasing. He said, the Spirit spoke to me and told me, quote, such is your luck, such you are called to see. And whether it comes rough or smooth, you shall surely bear it. I meditate to that. I chant to that because those words inspire me so much. Because what they basically says is, whether you like it or not, Dr. Umar, your mission is your mission. Your mission is your mission. You might have wanted this to be easier than what it's been building FDMG.
That was a little something from a year ago. A little something, me and Umar did back in the day. And shouts out to the big doctor. Shouts out to the big doctor. And so, this is We-On-Loc Nation. And we're going to get into what I call the Book of Negroes. Now, when I get into the Book of Negroes, I immediately go to higher sources. Higher sources that whoever disrespected the big doctor without, these disrespectful people, I mean, they don't influence him not one bit. But I would ask these people, and they're going to be named in a minute. I would ask these people, what have you systematically done for your community? What have you brought to the table? What have you built for your community? And I think those are the three things that I would. What have you systematically done for your community? What have you brought to the table? What have you built? Because if you ain't built shit, then you need to really shut the fuck up. I mean, how dare you? How dare you? I'm not talking about all of them, because there's a distinct difference between those who have logic and those who are irresponsible, those who are ignorant. Those who are ignorant in a sense where they make, all these allegations and emojis, and as soon as something comes up, like the white girl at the Cherry Hill Mall, or wherever Dr. Umar was at when he was trying to fix his phone. I mean, of course, that's gonna come up, and then of course this conscious. Why is she She's conscious, but she's a stripper. It almost sounds like the one chick that was doing the gospel while she had her titties out. Conscious stripper. That don't make no sense. It makes no living sense. It makes no living sense whatsoever. And then of course his two baby mamas. You know what I mean? You're deflecting. You're deflecting in one arena and you're deflecting in the other. And the only reason why I'm doing this is because I can. The other reason why I'm doing this is because each and every time you like to run your mouth, it's like I don't hear any complaints about, say, what's the brother's name on Parker? What's the brother's name? And I forgot to mention. Damn, I'm barking. I'll think of some names in a minute, but here's what I'll do. The reason why this video was brought up is because a brother of mine, Uncle Geoff, as we all know, he comes up on he's a respectable brother. You know what I mean? Ex-military vet, real cool guy. Teamed up with my brother Zoe, which, by the way, I will be doing a show Sunday morning with Zoe Williams. Zoe Williams at the Zoe from the Zoe What Morning Show, and I will be putting the
the thumbnail up in the community tab. That should be a interesting, respectable show. So Jeff Brown, Uncle Jeff, goes up to Izzy Bandz live. Shouts out to Izzy Bandz, even though he's a little bit of a coon, but I mean, to each his own. He's a respectable coon. See, again, I put people in separate categories. I mean, your opinion is your opinion, and I respect that. So that I put you over here. I'll say, okay, I have a conversation with you about Dr. Umar, and if we're not in agreement, then okay, fine. This is as long as it's a respectable live stream. Just as long as it's a respectable live stream. But of course, it could ultimately go the other way, right? Which it didn't. And they did an absolutely great job, except, when it came to chat, well, they say that the chat is undefeated, right? Right. But before we get into that, there is a couple of brothers who absolutely, I mean, we get along to get along, right? So there are streams that completely disregard, dislike Umar for who he is and whatever the case may be. But then there are those brothers and sisters who think, well, it's not necessarily about him, it's about the mission, because our young boys are getting a improper education. They're being picked on, police brutality, it's just our black boys need our attention, and especially as men, fathers, and fathers alike, they need our attention, especially. What up, Nightish? Nightish, my uncle in the building. What's happening? Our young boys need our attention back. And so I have, when it comes to Umar, it's not about the man, it's more so about the mission. People been criticizing him about snorting cocaine, which he does not snort cocaine. He does. I don't know anybody that brilliant let me retract my statement. I don't know anybody who snorts cocaine and is that goddamn brilliant. I have never heard it. It might have been the dude with the French outfit. I forgot what his name. He played piano and snort cocaine up there. Napoleon or some shit. I don't know. I don't fucking know. I don't know anybody who snorts cocaine. He's been accused of that. He's been sent to court. People tried to say that he did this and he did that and had sex with a country stripper and yada 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 yada. Sleep, don't go to bed with no white bunnies. No white bunnies. And it's he got caught with a white bunny. Why is he smiling? Why Dr. Umar? Why Dr. Umar smiling? Even punk little conehead motherfuckers, I ain't gonna mention no names, like to talk shit, but they're homeless. Okay, all right, cool. You got the Mike TVs of the world, shit like that. Don't even respect himself. Don't even respect Africa. That means he don't respect himself. So, getting off of that, there's a couple of people. One I'm gonna bring up. I think his name is James. James was being honest when he did this particular interview. If I can find it. Like and subscribe to the channel. Like and subscribe to the channel. Become a member, please, please. we definitely would love for you to become a member, and so we can get this thing mighty and popping. But right now, my computer is tripping right now. Let's see. Here we go. Right. James Wilson talks about Dr. Umar HBCUs and all that other good stuff. So let's take a listen.
For Black children, when Black children don't have content that is designed to propel and further them forward, all it does is create a regressive type of situation for them. So the way that we are failing, and what we have to realize, the thing about content is we have to realize that we are in a state of war. And when you're at war, one of the first things that your enemy attempts to do is to capture your mind, your mentality. And our enemy, those who are not African people, our enemy is very sophisticated and understands that targeting the children is the most effective way. So every form of content, especially resources that are educational, they start there and they make sure that the type of information that's presented to them is in fact going to turn them upside down, inside out, work against their best interests. It does not behoove people like the European and so forth to instill information and content that gives the Black child a sense of self-identity and self-determination and self-worth.
Can you give it?
How many YouTubers, like, say, Nightish or I would say Jedi Mike, how many, and I have to give respects to Black Man Unfiltered, how many of us talk about the exact dangers of Black boys here in the United States of America versus what we need to do with our Black women here in America? How can we never talk about the dangers, express what we go through on a daily basis? It says instead of bickering and fussing and fighting over each other. That's why we're called YouTubians for a reason. I mean, seriously, how many of these streams, when we press the StreamYard button and we go live, how many interactions do we get versus the interactions we get when we talk about Dusties and Black women's and, you know, niggas ain't shit and blah, 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 blah. How many of those will we get? Very little. Nightish has an excellent stream. Excellent. More than mine, if I say so myself. Because he works on his craft, and on the most important aspect of it, he tells the truth, whether people like it or not. It's just like when Dr. Umar tells the truth, whether people like it or they don't. It's just like putting a mirror up to your face and reflecting who you really are. Versus the people around you who don't look like you, who may have started the conflict, but we continuously finish the conflict. Because if I were to tell you not to buy for example, if I were to tell you not to buy Air Jordans or not to wear certain Nike brand, or or more or less, clothing that, who are made by white folks or European folks or Chinese folks, you would say you have done lost your mind. But if I told you to buy from a Black-owned business, well, you would probably say it's not the same as this or that. It's like, it's pretty much damn near the same, sir. It's just you looking at the cost. This is you looking at the cost of things. Let me finish up here and I'll show you.
Example for those unaware of the content you're referring to that is detrimental to the development of African children.
Sure. Just the type of literature that our children are presented with. Let's just start from a historical standpoint. There are many books in Barnes and Noble in the children's section that are on the presidents of the United States, the War of 1776, American independence. They try to build a sense of patriotism in Black children that gives them an allegiance to the oppressive conditions in which we were brought here under, as opposed to figures in history that combats that type of oppression. That's why you don't see a lot of books for Black children, especially in the big stores and in the classrooms, on figures like your Marcus Garveys and your Asante Waz, and even the books that you have about people like Harriet Tubman. They're whitewashed. A lot of these books aren't written by Black people. But anyway, getting back to it, to answer your question, is that type of literature that against the best interests of Black children, if that makes sense.
As a published author with books, right, with titles like Teach Me About Garvey.
We got us a super chat. We got us a super chat on the site by Miss Lisa Carter. Thank you, Lisa, for the super. There's a super chat, super sticker. Thank you, Lisa Carter, for the super sticker. Definitely appreciate you.
That's ISO. Rack it up, I got a bit of the bank to make me a safe house. Shake it up, she got her hands on her knees and she bringing the cake out. Smoke it up, I got some gas, some packs, I'm up in the greenhouse. Ball it up, I'm with the gang, we taking shots off the rebound. Fucking my posters, say now, I've been humble too long, yeah. Tell them all to stay calm, yeah. Tell them all to move on, yeah. Fucking my posters, say now, they be lost in the sauce, yeah. Took a loss, that's your loss, yeah. Had to get my point across, yeah. Heard them lanes was talking now and we don't pay that no mind. Didn't need to watch and know that I be.
Love you, appreciate you. Let's get back into it.
Teach me about Malcolm, Red, Black, and Green, created for Black youth. Do you find our community appreciative and supportive of literature?
No. To answer that, no. Our people do not appreciate literature the way that we're supposed to. Again, especially when it comes to the children. I go to book fairs and conferences around the country, even educational conferences, and I'll be there with my books and I'll see a few others there. A lot of times we get glossed over because literature requires a different type of commitment, especially literature that is obligating Black people to do the things necessary to alleviate our conditions. So
let me ask another question. How many books, see, in the stream that was played a couple of days ago by Izzy Banks, I'm shocked and appalled that the discussion was not had on how many how many times do we ever talk about how boys and girls, well, the girls are much smarter than the boys. How many books do they read, and how many hours do they spend reading a day? You see, I'll tell you the formula in my household. See, in my household, we excuse me. My kids have an hour after they get home. They get an hour to do whatever it is that they want to do. If they want to rest, if they want to play video games, if they want to go out and play, which I wouldn't recommend, but they do what they want to do for a whole hour. And after that hour is up, it's homework time. Your attention is in the books, is in your homework, in your reading, your math, your science, your social studies, a project, whatever. How often do we, other than Sharon, how often do we talk about those things in live stream? You know why we don't talk about those things on live stream? Because those particular live streams rarely get the attention versus a live stream that talks about bitches and hoes all day and celebrities. What the hell are we talking about celebrities on? Why? When we talk about Jonathan Majors and Megan Good or some stupid shit, they're like, that bitch don't love him. Why do I care? If Jonathan Majors wants to date Megan Good, but she's a good-looking woman, let him date her. They deserve each other. Who gives a fuck? Who cares? She gonna diss what? And he ain't supposed to say he love her. Maybe you're reading it out of context. Or maybe it's just the simple fact, and I got it from another YouTuber, maybe it's just a simple fact that we just need to mind our own business. Why don't we focus on more of the important things like us? Too much to ask. I guess.
So when you think about that with children, there's a lack of appreciation. I will say this, the children and teachers who I go to visit at their schools, they do appreciate it. I probably visited my book came out about 5 years ago. So in the last 5 years, I probably visited about 20 different schools. You could say that's probably over between 2,000 and 3,000 students that I've personally been able to interact with. They appreciate it.
Question: How many of us ever visit any schools to talk to the students about life, economics, jobs, money, etc., etc.? The President of the United States, who we are as a people. How many people do you know, other than possibly your Vicky Dillards of the world, or I'm blanking on the man's name. Yeah, everybody loves the hate. Or James Smalls. Mr. James Smalls, shouts out to James Smalls. How many people do you know talk to the students about drug use? Drugs in our community and how bad it is for them. We don't like these particular things that we like to do for our community because it's just distorted. And I'm not saying everybody's not participating. Not everybody's not participating in it. But let me take this down, and let's see. When we talk about, well, let's just get into it. Let's just get into it. Again, there was a live stream, Izzy Bandz. Shouts out to Izzy Bandz, and shouts out to my Uncle Geoff. Now, Uncle Geoff, hopefully he gets this. I guess they were doing a live stream. They were supposed to be debating about Dr. Umar. And I said, oh, this is quite interesting. So this is a reactionary to these two brilliant minds. And usually I come up on here and I start jabbing and I'll start throwing body blows, but it's not that type of party because this was very interesting. Yeah, I mean, a little bit of, jabbing here and there, but this is a good conversation between two brothers. But I will have to say, Izzy, I got to get in that. I got to get in that ass, right? Pause. I got to do what I got to do. So, without further ado, because I know you were waiting on it. Without further ado, let's get into it. And no disrespect to the brother, I just think he's a little bit out of line. And I'll be playing some clips in between. Let's see. All right.
Ron Mack, thank you. We just need 4 more people. Ron Mack.
Dr. Umar.
Dr.
Shouldn't either, because you are a tesseract thinker. He has things to fortify your mind with. They do, because what it is they do with others, because I see me as a leader.
All right, while I get this prep, fair freaking use. Let's see.
Righteous judge. And it's by the righteous judgment that things should be decreed and declared. Let me say this. The issue with Dr. Umar is several. It's not just one thing. It's not just that he stole the money, allegedly. It's not that he said that he was going to open a school and never open a school. It's not that he says that he loves black women but has 2 allegedly stripper baby mamas. It's not that he says that he is for the people but often is grifting the people. It's not that. It's not that. It's not that. It's too many innumerable to name that he is for black people, but yet it's still he calls people who are lighter than him not black. He's a walking contradiction. So even being a tesseract thinker, a thinker of a higher ilk, what the thinking says is that this brother is damaging more so than he is helping. It's not the fact of all of his contradictions so much as it is the fact that the things that he has done has been specific and has been slight compared to all the things that he has done that have taken away from that.
Okay, let's break this down. And let's break this down to a quote. First of all, when it comes to, and I don't care if you're blue, black, purple, or lightest of the light skin, he's for all people that are African and those who claim their nationality. I don't remember in one instance where he would have these community meetings or he would do lectures and people not claim who they are. This happens all the time. And where's the contradiction? Where's the maybe I wasn't hearing it right. Maybe we need to do this all. Maybe we need to do this again. Let's go back over this.
There is a such thing as putting new wine in old wine skins, throwing the good in with the bad. A bad apple spoils the whole bunch. So, if a man were to do a good act, but 95% of his other acts were in fact bad, do we look at that man and as a good man or as a bad man?
Well, damn. 95% of his acts were bad? Damn. We give that much credence to one particular person that does good for his community. Jesus Christ. I mean, why even do anything at all?
Even in the book that says that we should not judge all the way, right? Says that the righteous judge. And it's by the righteous judgment that things should be decreed and declared. Let me say this. The issue with Dr. Umar is several. It's not just one thing. It's not just that he stole the money, allegedly. It's not that he said that he was going to open a school and never open a school. It's not that he says that he loves black women but has 2 allegedly stripper baby mamas. It's not that he says that he is for the people but often is drifting the people. It's not that. It's not that. It's not that. It's too many innumerable to name that he is for black people, but yet and still he calls people who are lighter than him not black. He's a walking.
Incorrect, sir. Incorrect. Love you though. Incorrect. He always considers the lightest of the light skin his African people. It's just that people of different ilk, people those who, like, say, for not the Spanish community, but the Hispanics. Most Hispanics, I never heard them claim that they were African or a part African or African descendant. I have not heard not one. Fat Joe, however, I don't know if he's Hispanic or not, but he would be considered the only one who is in his Africanity. So you would be clearly wrong on that.
In contradiction. So even being a tesseract thinker, a thinker of a higher ilk, what the thinking says is that this brother is damaging more so than he is helping. It's not the fact of all of his contradictions so much as it is the fact that the things that he has done has been specific and has been slight compared to all the things that he has done that have taken away from that.
How so? And I'm gonna keep pausing through certain things that he says, but what I need to do is I need to learn patience. I need to learn patience from, hey Mahogany, how you doing, my love? I need to learn patience from Uncle Geoff. I need to learn patience. I need to learn how to calm and, listen with reason with some of these people, right? I really need to do that. Anton and Angry Man are 10 times worse than Umar. I'm not gonna, you know what? This is their world. I'm gonna be honest with you. Black Hawk. And thank you for coming. This is their world. I'm gonna be honest with you. This is their world. they're the ones, but before after Kevin Samuels died, may that brother rest in peace. They basically took over the YouTube world. That's what they did. But this is not Dr. Umar said. Dr. Umar don't even have a YouTube account. He doesn't. He has an Instagram, but he doesn't have a YouTube account. But there are plenty of people who actively, in his name, good and bad, present his videos on TikTok, and I think Facebook and Instagram. He doesn't care about none of that. That's not his mission. This is specifically not his mission. So he could care less about any of these people. Because these people are producing what? I'll wait.
Case in point, Sarah Sutanseti. He was supposed to have a debate with Sarah Sutanseti, an intellectual debate, and he got on the phone, which he really wasn't on the phone. He was lying to get his Philly goons to go and get the albino, the white brother, who is actually a light-skinned black brother. And the phone rings. What a clown. While he's pretending to be on the phone. Case in point.
You mean Sarah Sutanseti with the feds? Why are we going back 10 decades? This is the thing that really I laughed at when I first heard it. Why are we going back 10, 11 or 10, 11, 12 years ago? What's the purpose here? What are we doing? What's the purpose? Even Sarah Sutanseti got his ass beat by freaking Shaka Amos. Shouts out to Shaka Amos. And he didn't even get along with Pharaoh either. There was one point that they got along with each other, right? And then they broke off. And then there was one point. I mean, we want to talk about brother. We were going to talk about Brother Polite too. Sarah went at him. I mean, let's face it. None of those New York niggas, except for possibly one person, don't like him. Don't like Umar. And Umar can give a damn. But Sinetta helped. You know what? I'm gonna leave that because it's who put who on. I guess, and Umar can correct me on this if he wants to. He got put on. He got helped by Sinetta at that time. None of them New York niggas liked him. They respected him, but they didn't like him because he brought that fire. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't go by King Kong consciousness. I don't know who gave him that name. Either he came up with that name or whoever came up with that name. He has a whole bunch of names. I thought that was his channel. No. He had there are plenty of channels where many the YouTubians make up channels where they have different names, like they have Big Papa, they have King Kong Consciousness, and then they just have Dr. Umar Johnson. He doesn't have a YouTube account at all. But let's continue this shit.
He's supposed to be a conscious brother, but he's telling us about a conscious stripper that he's telling us about a conscious stripper that he's enamored with. Case in point. He's supposed to be telling us about how to build the community, but he wants to have a debate with Shannon Sharp about do snow bunnies or the love of snow bunnies bad and destroying the black community.
Okay, conscious stripper. can we all say that this was a farce? And there's always going to Black Hawk tripping. Black Hawk tripping. These ninjas are hypocrites. Ninjas ask Anton and Angry Man to show their work or shut the fuck up. Hey man, look, we need not pay attention to them people, right? Because they're gonna be on YouTube regardless. Our attention should be on the mission, right? Our attention should be on the mission because what is this mainly about? This is mainly about children. More likely boys, because boys are, I hate to say this, but they're like endangered species. This is why I say this. How often, how do the girls get more picked on when it comes to police brutality, or do the men, or do the boys get picked on? It's more likely than the boys, or why do I say boys? Men get picked on more so than the women because, you know, the weaker flesh, you know, no fear. I mean, shit like that. And I really hate to say this because we can really actually grow if we have an understanding of the standing of each other instead of just bickering and fighting all the time. And if we have an understanding, and if we can put our differences to the side and say, look, obviously we have an issue, right? We want to go every time we're coming from work and we go over the speed limit, we get pulled over by the cops and such and such and such, right? And our biggest fear, because you know when you get that chakra all the way coming all the way down your spinal cord, that means it's a fear there, right? You get that tingling down your spine, that's called fear. And you just want to go home. You don't know if you're going, you don't even know if you're going home or not. That's when it's most cases with black men. In most cases. And what did he say about Snow? Well, he wanted to have a thing with Shannon Sharp. Okay. Does anybody remember Mike Tyson? And then he wanted to fight Mike Tyson. Certain things I take him serious, and other things I go, yeah, okay, all right, cool. He had that thing where he wanted to beat up Mike Tyson. He had that thing where he wanted to go one-on-one with some retired rapper or whoever. It was like, if I beat you, then I get this money. So certain things I just don't. Or even when he had the festival, right? I'm surprised they don't even talk about the festival. I'm surprised they didn't even talk about the 2 black women that he wanted to marry, which was a fake marriage. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows this was staged. This is his dream, his baby. He believes in Eastern civilization, which most of us don't. Yeah, yes, he wanted to fight Mike Tyson for the point of getting some money for the school. Yeah, he did a festival, his first festival at the school. It was a success. It was very successful. There were a lot of venues there. People were buying and purchasing, eating, and having a good time. And there was a lot of singing. There was a lot of dancing. And at the very end of it, he does the whole fake marriage thing, which that's his business. I mean, I guess it's African traditional over there, but I couldn't put it past him.
The things that he does are a distraction. The things that he does destroy. The things that he does do not add enough to, but take away from too much in order for him to be considered seriously. I yield the floor.
Okay. Again, brother, you are absolutely 110% correct with regard to Umar Johnson's credibility as a leader. Okay, I'm gonna give you his. I'm gonna ride in your car. Let's impugn his credibility as a leader. Here's the issue. I don't need him to lead. I'm not interested in his leadership. I'm interested in his point of view and where we agree. None of what you brought, the fact that he faked and had some niggas on the phone and the phone rang has nothing to do with the clips that I have to show. Not nothing. They don't invalidate the clips. So what I do again as a Tesseract thinker is I take the baby mamas, I take the phone conversation, I take the hypocrisy, I take the money stolen, and I put it over there.
Uncle Geoff, if you're in the clouds, please let's have a conversation, Uncle Geoff. Let's you and I have a conversation. Vaughn, what up, bro? Vaughn, I haven't seen you in a while. How you doing, my man? Blessings to you, blessings. Uncle Geoff, if you are in the clouds, my brother, please let's have the conversation.
Then me, been around the world twice. Done ate with kings, rogues, thieves. Been homeless, had $1 million. Done a bunch of shit. 100 Lives of Geoff Brown. Done a bunch of shit. I can still find value in the facts he presents that I had not seen or thought about from those angles before. And it is those things that fortify me in conversations with others because I see me as a leader. I do not see what he does as a detriment strong enough to throw out his facts. I just don't. And that might be our bone of contention, because I don't think as an effective leader you can ever take that stance. Because if that's the case, and people say when you bring him up, it means that you lost the argument, but I disagree. A man whose name rhymes with Madoff Spitler. If I judge him purely by the millions of people he killed,
Deleted.
by his single-minded, crazy, mad, myopic ideas, and I throw out everything to do with him, then I must also throw out the knowledge that the Volkswagen in 1938 was commissioned by him to be built by Dr. Ferdinand Porsche.
Okay, Tom. All right, so let me ask you this. It's time. We're going to do 3 minutes again, 3 minutes now.
Okay.
Let me ask you this. And I need you to be, succinct, because once you answer, it's going to be on your time.
Okay. I think.
What?
I don't understand what that means, but I'll do. Come on, I'll play.
What specifically has Dr. Umar said or Dr. Umar contributed that you did not know, nor did you think of like that helped your life?
Is it all right if I show the video that
Not just yet. No, I'm asking you off the top of your head.
I got it. It's fair use. Thank you, Lisa. Love you.
First, before you show the video.
Oh, easy. The illumination of the black church and their financial transgressions, their particular financial transgressions, I was not aware of.
What up, KJ?
Okay, let's take it one by time. So how does that help? How does that help you grow in life or be better in life? Because some black churches have financial transgressions.
I am absolutely thrilled that you asked that question. The only thing I take issue with is when you say some black churches. I say any black church that has black people come to it, that takes its money and puts it in a white bank, is who I'm talking about. So any black church, that means I'm talking about 99.928% of them. How this helps me and fortifies me is it gives me more in the conversation, in the knowledge as I give to young dudes when I say black man, Christian, reader, pick two. You can't possibly be all three.
The black church, well, let's just say, I would say 85% of the churches here in America is one of the most, I would say, the most hypocritical, but yet the most valid when it comes to black people believing in or not believing anymore, and you know, whatever they go through. And so they need something to hold on to. They need something to believe in again. So what do? You find a good preacher, Geoff Augustine or whatever his name is, Creflo Dollar. We all know about him. We all know about T.D. Late. And you know, Joyce Myers. Joyce Myers, she's decent. And I would have to say, she would be the only one that I would ever listen to. I mean, and Pat Summers. Pat Summers, he's the oldest. He's the oldest cat. Now, if you catch anybody like MC Hammer being on there or Deion Sanders being on there, there's some holy rollers going on. Celebrities just trying to get you to get that money up quick. It's one of the reasons why I don't go to church. One of the reasons, anyway. One of the reasons why I don't go to church is because I just don't think some of those people have the guts enough to fight white supremacy the way they should be fought. I mean, they just want you to be silent, and they want you to be swift and silent. You know, if one slaps one cheek, then let them slap the other cheek. And how many times we gonna be? This correlates to Jesus, but in the real world that we're living in, because we all know specifically he has the power. But how often are we gonna get slapped, hung, castrated, beat on, choked on, have our babies being taken away and being used as targets with boot heels and bullets? How many times we gonna get enslaved mentally? When I say enslaved, you are still slaved. But it has nothing, but it's not with, nuisance or anything like that. It's possibly by, poverty. What else? Poverty. People, different ethnicities going over you to get, high paying jobs. Piss poor education, shit like that. The world may change, but the scenario stays the same. I say it all the time.
It fortifies what I knew to be earlier in the same way.
Hope you can hear.
Shout out to Brother Minister Malik, Brother Minister Tony Muhammad, who before I met him opened my eyes through the damn TV.
Shouts out to Tony Muhammad.
He was on one day and he was teaching like a wow. I was like, holy shit.
I got you. We gotta stick to Dr. Umar though.
Okay. Back to Doctor, but I mean, in the same vein.
We don't want to try to cross reference.
Oh, no, I will not conflate.
I will not.
My apologies. My apologies.
Thank you.
In the same fashion as other individuals who I can give you a list of black men and a couple of white ones that spoke and lit fire in my head. I thank them for the fire. I don't judge them by what it is they do, because what it is they do does not invalidate what it is they say, because I'm not following them.
Okay, can you give me another example of things that he's so the financial prowess of the church? Okay, can you give us something else that Dr. Umar has said that's been profound, that has given you another insight or another way of looking at things?
The LGBTQ movement.
Wait, Angry Man said what? Angry Man says black people are reasons racism still exists, because we talk about it. This is I'm gonna be nice. I'm gonna be nice about it. This is a man who's been successful at what he does. Now, need not give a damn what he says, because he's a contradiction of himself too, because rumor has it he's married to somebody who's not black. So that debunks the argument. Number two, he's governed. He believes in government like most of the rest of these Negroes. They want to be governed by somebody. And just because they're getting a bag, and just because they're getting this and getting that, the dollar is devalued. I mean, get what you can, my nigga, but and then shouts out to the brother with the book. I mean, he came out with the book, and I didn't purchase it because, quite frank, I mean, no disrespect to him, but I just feel that his book indicates a lot of black women talk, criticizing black women of this and that, and it's just a whole bunch of criticism. And then, of course, he talks about black men, but to be perfectly honest, we ain't shit without black women, period. And for those who don't think so, I mean, I question your sanity too. We need black women more than ever before. We need our black women more than ever before. Well, there's another rate. Well, I mean, black people and white people, hey, we're all under the same roof. And what do you benefit other than pussy? What do you benefit from a white woman? Nothing. Let's keep it a buck. What the fuck do you benefit from a white woman? What the fuck do you benefit from well, let me stop the F words. What do you benefit from being with a Chinese woman? Penis? Also, we got, if I want to be happy, I go to freaking McDonald's. I got McDollar. Give me a McMuffin. so I can be happy. Every time you see the McBurglar, or you see McDonald's, they have a smile on their faces. What is so happy about today? Nothing. Quit ranting.
And how when they conflate it with our movement, and I actually did a show on this called Excuse Me, Brother, Let Me Borrow Your Struggle. When I'm in that conversation, and I brought up the video, there's a way that he puts oh wow, number one, he enlightened me to the book, the official book on what's crazy, and how homosexuality was in it until it was taken out. I didn't know that.
He's talking about the DSM-4. That's what he's talking about, the DSM-4. The DSM-4 had, and I'm blanking out real quick, the DSM-4 had it to where not homeless people, but gay people had a mental illness. But then later on, they took it out, and it became, and vis-a-vis DSM-5, they changed it to a some type of disorder. So I gotta get the regular DSM-4, but how much you want to bet? It's going to be quite difficult to find the DSM-4, because the DSM-5 pretty much they change everything. They change everything. They move goalposts, and it's going to be pretty it might be pretty difficult. I don't know. I had to give it a try.
The sentence he has given me to use is the comparing being gay to being black as a struggle is vulgar, because one is a struggle for a behavior. The other is a struggle to be viewed as a human being. I had never heard that before until I heard him say it. And now I can say it. Thank you, the DSM-5. Now I can say it, and I can quote him or not. I quote him here with you because we're discussing him. Other places, I just spit that shit out. And I didn't have that in my gun. So I don't have to roll with him with who he fuck or what he do with his money in order to get there.
Okay, so the idea, so at one point, okay, so the idea of racial equality.
Hold on. I want to give what Brother Geoff was talking about real quick. Just give it a couple of seconds. And that this is ultimately important because, and why is it not showing? Okay, probably right here. No.
That you are not a fan of. So I appreciate you coming here to Kansas City, and I figure if I'm going to have something to say, I'm going to say it to your face. So I do appreciate you addressing my concerns regarding anti-LGBT rhetoric and anti-feminist rhetoric. So I appreciate you saying that up front. So my question is, the exact definition of hate speech is speech that offends, threatens, insults groups based on race, color, religion, natural origin, sexual orientation, disability, or other traits. That is the definition of hate speech. We can say all day long that we don't hate a particular type of person, but I want to know, how is that rhetoric any different than white folks that say that black people are thugs, are mentally not together, that we are unintelligent? How is it possible? How is that not different as a black man saying that black feminists are ugly, saying that queer people are, you said it earlier, I can see you on tape. How is that different than saying that gay people are molested, that we are pedophiles? How is that any different than white people? He has said that online, and I have the video. Yes, you have. No, you did say that online.
I was accused and derided, as some of you guys know, because of my position on sexual confusion in the African American community. And I understand we may have a few visitors tonight, and I don't mind, okay, of that community. And so I think it's important that I clarify my perspective on black homosexuality and lesbianism so that we're all crystal clear on where I stand. Yes, it is true, I do not support it. Yes, it is true, I do not condone it. But it is absolutely false if anyone says that Dr. Umar Johnson hates any of my brothers and sisters who practice a traditional lifestyle, a non-traditional form of marriage.
Right. So my question is, how is this anti-woman, anti-gay rhetoric any different than white folks who say that black people are dumb, that we're thugs? Homophobia.
How many of y'all thought this was like a long, dragged out question? Just ask the question. I mean, you kind of defeated the purpose when you just went on a rant. It wasn't even a question. You went on a rant and then you asked the question. That's just to me.
Is hate speech, and anti-womanness is hate speech.
Okay. Now respond. All right. Now first we got to take the emotionalism out of it. We're gonna be able to dialogue. Okay. I'm gonna respond, but for the sake of time, I'm gonna answer everybody's question. And if you like, when I'm done, then you can have a private, respectful conversation. Okay. Now. Okay. Well, this one I'm gonna go through, then we can come back to it if you want to have that conversation. Number one. And because I got ADHD, I didn't remember everything, but I think I could get to most of the highlights of what you said. First, you said homophobia.
Oh, you're going to tell me that's a mental illness from an outdated DSM-3 that was abolished in 1973? Don't try it.
That's like
this is not the
DSM-5.
This is the DSM-5.
Oh, then we're mentally ill. Go ahead. I just want to hear you answer the question.
And I'm gonna be respectful to you, okay? I didn't pick this up to talk about the fact that homosexuality was a mental illness in this book until 1974. But since you brought it up, I'll start with that. If you read the American Psychiatric Association position paper on the removal of homosexuality from this book as a mental illness, and I have it, it's available online, it clearly says that we did not change this classification because we had sufficient evidence to prove that people were born this way. So one of the questions that got to be dealt with from the Eurocentric mental health framework that we're dealing with this issue with, why was it removed? Now, having said that, I picked up the book to ask you on what page is the mental illness homophobia?
It's not a mental illness. It's a disease, just like racism is a disease.
Who defined homophobia as a disease? This is the authority of mental illness. Where is the diagnosis homophobia?
It's not a diagnosis. It's a state of being. It's a state of being.
Phobia.
It's a state
A phobia is in this book.
Okay, so hate
and
speech against
phobia,
gay
let me.
Okay.
Phobia is fear. Simple phobia, any type of claustrophobia, it's a fear. You said homophobia. I'm not afraid of nobody. I've been asked by homosexuals and lesbians to have conversations with them on their radio shows. I normally accept the invitation for respectful dialogue. I don't run from the opportunity if it's going to be respectful. Now, I stand by my position as a psychologist, as an educator, as a therapist for normally 20 years. And in 95% of the cases of gay and lesbians I personally know and met and worked with, most of them were victims of sexual abuse as children. I'm speaking not what some white person wrote in some research study. I'm telling you what I know. Amongst Black folk, it is a pathology born of childhood sexual victimization. Denial is at the root of all mental illness. It's easy to say I was born like this, so I don't have to deal with the pain that triggered it. Now,
just thought I'd throw that in there, but she basically lost that debate. But let's go back to Izzy. Who we're here for. Let's go back to Izzy. I just thought I'd just throw that in there.
Equality and LBGT movement, the civil rights movement, and that movement, it never, as a Tesseract thinker, it never crossed your mind that they are not the same movement. That.
Well, please like and subscribe and share and become a member of the We-On-Loc Nation channel. Please, and please get the likes up if you could. Please.
That never was a thought automatically in your head or in your mind.
I don't know. That's grossly inaccurate. I don't remember saying that or implying it. And if I did, excuse me. What I will say is that in my mind, when I discuss the LGBTQ, I can go to the DSM-5 with information that I could not have because before him, I never knew about that. Okay. When I discuss LGBTQ subjects with people who are or are not a member of that community, I can respectfully say what I said before. I could not do that before. So it fortified, it put bullets in my gun. He puts bullets in my gun on a bunch of subjects. He's the place where I go buy my bullets. He's not the place where I go get my wisdom. The place, I have weapons. I buy targets. I buy ammunition, and sometimes I even buy weapons. I buy edge weapons.
So, question:
I don't. Okay, I'll land the plane. I buy those weapons, but brother Israel, none of the people who sell me weapons give me advice on other things. Not much. I go to other brothers for that.
Okay, but that's the point. The brother is trying to brand himself as a source of knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. The brother is trying to brand himself while simultaneously branding himself as a clown. So that's a problem, right? It's an extreme contradiction. Well, let me give you what I mean by that.
Okay.
You can't go and call yourself Dr. Suki Papa and go and prostrate yourself before a woman who is on all fours on a dog chain for another dude and then sit.
Whoa. What are we talking about here? Are we talking about the previous attack that occurred with him recently? I mean, we're the dogs. I mean, come on now. We haven't so far. We haven't mentioned not one thing good, not one thing. Babbling, yeah. I mean, we haven't mentioned not one thing that was anything positive, anything good about Dr. Umar. Not one damn thing. I mean, it's all about, and as far as name calling, I mean, women calling him names all the damn time. I mean, come on. I don't know if he came up with King Kong consciousness or somebody else gave him that name, but he stuck with it, and that's his stick now. I am not going to default to man what another person gives him. I'm not going to do that. If someone is, I've been called Anthony all day, and my real name is Andrew, but people call me Anthony. I'll take it as, okay, I'm Anthony. As long as they don't call me any other name than the child of God.
Here and be, you know, this beacon of wisdom and this beacon of hope.
Why not?
And not only that, I'll answer that in a question. Not only that, the brother doesn't do anything that he says he's going to do. So if your word is no good, if your credibility is no good, then what good is it? Yeah, you might have spit a bar. Yo, listen, I could go to rap songs. I could go to rap songs all day, every day, and pull out gems. I could go to rap songs all day, every day, and pull out some people who have said the most egregious stuff in the world. I could go to one of their other rap songs and pull out a gem, something that was so profound and prolific. So does that mean that we are supposed to pedestalize and are supposed to listen and hold these people in high regard just because we could get a bar or two from them? You can learn a lot from a dummy, is what they told me when I was growing up. You can learn a lot from a dummy, right?
Sure. Well,
So I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand how can we not say that his debauchery is not diluting and destroying his message?
I would love to answer any of those.
Okay, so real quick, let me just finish. Let me just bring it home. If you don't have your word, if a man doesn't have his word, what does he have? If we're talking about a person who has been talking about opening up a school for over 15 years, that has never opened up the school. Okay. Now, when he talked about the school that he had allegedly that's supposed to be opening up, he spoke about how he couldn't work with black people. He had to work with white people, which totally goes against his message once again, totally contradicts himself once again.
I'm trying. I really am trying to be. I'm trying to be that guy that just take it all in, We-On-Loc, just take it all in, and then rebuttal. I just can't. It's not me. Let me tell you why. Whenever there is evidence of a person that does bad shit, right? We usually call that on the forefront, right? We all agree. Whenever we see a person doing some good shit, we take it as so what that mean? Partying, party over here, party over there. I mean, I'm used to it. Whenever, I mean, okay, we'll break this down. We'll break this down gently. First and freaking foremost, wrong one. First and freaking foremost, I'm getting sick and tired of these goddamn these dates or numbers. How the fuck do we come up with all these damn again with that word? How do we come up with all these numbers? He had the school. He ain't had opened the school in 20 years. 15 years. At one point, I heard 15. I heard 13, 14. He only had the school for 4 years. 4 years. 4 years. 2019, November of 2019, he's at the school. He's had the keys to the school. And ever since that time, everything has been working in his favor slowly but surely. Everything is coming to an end where everything is looking great. I already showed the damn clip. I wish Uncle Geoff was here so I can prove to him and I can show him through my end what the school is looking like progressively. Now, when it comes to the inside, let's just start with this. When it comes to the inside of the school, and I showed this to D. Durrell. Now, D. Durrell, he's a more Dr. Umar fan than I am, right? So he would tell you, and he would be transparent, but he will ultimately tell you that things are looking pretty good. The only thing that he asks is the school open? And I get it. I got it. It will open. It's going to open. I just wish people would be a little bit more patient. Practice a little bit more patience. I mean, people want him to do what they want him to do, not necessarily what's in the best interest of Dr. Ifatunde, but what these people want him to do. And that is just open it up for, I mean, even though it's just looking kind of raggedy, I mean, damn. I mean, there's a reason why he went to the store and bought cleaning products. I mean, damn, you got to get everything ready and going. I mean, once he gets, I think he's only using 6 or 7 rooms. He's only using 6 or 7 rooms. He's putting new carpet in, new furniture in there. He just got some furniture a month and a half ago. So, I mean, people who ain't putting in no work, I mean, what do you contribute to? Nothing. Just word salad. I mean, if you really wanted this, I said it 1,000 times. If you really wanted the school to open, help. And stop with the Lord Jamar bullshit. I'm getting kind of sick and tired of this shit. Why would I listen to a crackhead over? Never mind. You know what? Forget it. Let's go.
So my question is, a person who totally contradicts themselves constantly, who totally says one thing and does another, and only has a bar or two compared to the thousands of sound bites that we have of him clowning and doing some debaucherous behavior, how can we take that person seriously? Please go ahead.
Okay. Number one, we have to define we. Okay. If we is the masses who are looking for leaders, you are absolutely right. Throw him out. He's horrible. I'm not part of that we. Again, I'm a tesseract thinker who is learning a lot from this dummy you're discussing. A lot of the things he says fortify the things that I have to say. So I don't need him. I don't need these things that you need from him. I am telling you that I don't need. And in my opinion, you shouldn't either, because you are a tesseract thinker. He has things to fortify your mind with. So you are supposed to take those things. Nigga, I don't follow none of these niggas. I left church because of this. I've been being told since I was 10. No, let me lie. 12. That I had a gift and I was supposed to preach, and the Lord had his hand on me, and there's a calling on my life to do. Bruh, I read the book, the whole book. And then I had questions. At 13, I was like, yeah, I can't do this. Now that boy got the devil on him. So my point is that I've been on this wisdom search for a minute, brother. Even and you know, I was a goddamn fool in the middle of it, but I've been on this road, and I submit to you, you are right. Will I listen to Dr. Umar? Absolutely. Will I let that nigga balance my checkbook? Hell no. Will I listen to Dr. Umar? Absolutely. Would I recommend that he date one of the women I love? Hell no, because that's not in his capacity. I don't try to mow my grass with my toaster. I use them each for what they're
Will you donate to the school? Will you donate to him opening?
Uncle Geoff is a real comedian, and boy, and he's hilarious. He's hilarious.
Up in school?
No.
Wait a minute. You won't donate to him? Open up? You won't support his cause?
No.
Why not?
Why not? Because he has shown himself to not be a good steward of money or a good steward of either money or the is the shit you got. You got to have this in on the 15th, and then you got to have 4 copies of that. All that shit. Bureaucracy. He's not a good steward of either money or bureaucracy. So
Uncle Geoff, if you're listening, the one thing that you will not catch me say is that he's a good businessman, which he is not. He's not a businessman. He's what I would call a teacher, a psychologist, or whatever you call him. I never said he was a businessman. If that, he would be a bad businessman, but needless to say, he has some help. And with that help, he's now making progress the way he should. And by the way, those white folks that are helping him, I have a question. Where were the black people that were supposed to be helping him? I mean, we have one story. We have criticism over here, but we have the truth over here is being distorted because everybody believes in a lie that, these contractors were trying to help him out. No. Well, if that's the case, then why did he had to go through most of them? I mean, we're talking about the money that he had stored. And of course, there were a few here and a few there. And he was just giving them the runaround and all this other shit. You got to get the story from him. But now, people were on his coattails about the school, just like there was on his coattails about the school earlier ago, right? And he had to make a decision. And was that decision best for him, for Dr. Umar? Yes, because looking at what I looked at last week when I ran back that video of those the reporters or whatever going inside the school and checking inside that school, I believe he made the right decision. Now, it is too bad that the first 3 years he wanted all black people to help him build that school, and you can only wish but for so much. You can only do but so much. What the hell was he supposed to do? Wait around for the absolute type of black man to come around and say, I'll do this and I'll do this for half the price, or what price would, or whatever. It wasn't going to work that way. And did anybody mention the VAX that was $65,000? Did anybody bother to mention the HVAC that he had to replace on top of the roof as well as the bottom of the building? Nobody bothered to mention the VAX at all? Wow. Talking about making progress. We ain't talking about that. Jeez.
I will not allow him to handle my money or my bureaucracy.
Okay, what is he selling?
Has anything to do with what I can pull from, glean from what he has to say and use elsewhere.
Well, I got that. You can learn. I agree that you can learn something from anybody. You can learn something from a crackhead, but that doesn't mean that you should exalt that crackhead, or you should aspire, or you should look at that crackhead as anything other than a crackhead. But the crackhead, the bass has some dope bass head lessons. Like, hey, come here, young blood. Let me tell you something. You know what I'm saying? And then
here's the thing. What I'm thinking about right now. Izzy, as much as I love my brothers and sisters, not all of them. I think this was a jab, but again, this to me was like, I've heard all this before. This same stuff that he's doing right now, I've heard all of it before. 10 plus years. You can go through my old videos. My oldest videos from 10 years ago. It's all the same news. All the same news, blah, 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 blah. School this, not doing this, cranberry and dressing, ice cream bars. We've all heard it all before, man. All before.
Give him $5 or $10 and send him on his way. But yeah.
Would
you can learn a lot from anybody.
Would you let him guard your valuables?
No, and that's the point that I'm making. That's the point. That's the very point that I'm making.
But
why would we put Dr. Umar in a place? Because again, we're not just talking about a basehead on the street. We're not just talking about someone who is a derelict or has been involved in dereliction on the street corner. We're talking about someone who's on a national scale, on a national platform, who is preaching and selling something. He's selling something. And so that was the question I wanted to ask you. Are you buying what he's selling? And the answer was no. You wouldn't support his school. You wouldn't support his bureaucracy. And that's what he's selling. He's selling the fact that he's opening up a school. He's selling the fact that he has the bureaucracy. He's selling the fact that he's supposed to be this pan-African leader. And you're not buying it. So how, if you're not buying it, how can you defend it? And the answer,
okay. Well, I remember it. I don't have time. If you could point out in this interaction between us when I have defended him for his transgressions.
Well, let me say that directly you haven't, right? Indirectly you have, by saying that his debauchery doesn't dilute and destroy his message. And this is the thing. His debauchery absolutely destroys and dilutes his message, because nothing, even if we get a point from him, even if we get some points from him, a wise word here or there, a quiff here or there, we can get that from Joe Mo doing the bass head lean on the corner. Hey, yo.
Nitpicking, babbling.
I'm glad we can get that from him, right? And respectfully, right? An elder who might have been an alcoholic and just fell on bad times. Someone who's homeless on the street who had a bad.
You know what? I tend to agree in this fashion. If you go to if you find a wino on the corner near a convenience store or a liquor store somewhere, you could probably get some knowledge from that nigga. Probably, if you give him a pint. Then when he gets that pint and he starts drinking and whatever, he'll probably give you some knowledge. I do agree. But okay. Your point is what? So if that's the case, right? If that's the case, then why don't we get pimps to tell us, well, not me, y'all. Why don't y'all get pimps on y'all show? Because all that talk that y'all doing is when it comes to women, and I'm not saying this cat right here, but all that Anton talks about, even, he's married, all that Angry Man talks about, the women, the women, the women, the women, the women, the women, the women. That's all you hear. The women, us dudes ain't taking it no more. That's all I hear. I don't hear anything else. I don't. And then when he gets mad at you, he be like, you know, kiss my ass. There's some things I like about an angry man, and there's some things I just don't. Whatever. But with this right here, he has a point. Why don't we all stop here and now, get off YouTube, and find us a crackhead or a wino to try to get some knowledge of how we can get out of this oppression? Try to get some knowledge and wisdom how to get out of this. I mean, this democracy. See if we can vote, if we can all have a vote right now, right here and now, and we can pay this wino to get dressed, or get dressed in a casual suit or whatever, get his head right, get his mind right, and he can go up there, Marion Barry, like Marion Barry, go up there and go to Washington and talk to the president and old Joe Biden and have him say, like, look here, boom, boom. Let's stop this oppression of black folks, all this hanging shit that's going on in Atlanta, and try to bump up the raises in Nevada and Reno and Las Vegas, and try to get all this smoke and all this environmental shit straightened out in California. And stop the cop and have these cops stop pulling us over. You know what I'm saying? We can pay the cops, we can pay, like, yo, why y'all tripping, man? Why y'all tripping? Hold up, I'm getting low. Hold up. Somebody put some more in my somebody give me some more paint. I get it. That'd be a waste. That'd be fucking waste. I mean, what we're talking about. All right. Hey, I'll tell you something real quick. We got to get these we got to get these ladies in order. All they're doing is having babies by Negroes. And excuse me, that's something on my nose. If we come together as one, Barry.
Time or whatever, and we could get that from them. So the case in point that I'm saying is the fact that he's more than that, or on a bigger scale than that, that is the issue, because on a grand scale, people are looking at him and judging us. You see what I'm saying? So it's the same thing like with these women, and you say this all the time. The good women stand so close to the bad women that we don't know the difference between the two. And so if good men stand close and make excuses for his bullshit, make excuses for his hypocrisy, make excuses for his con, make excuses for his dereliction, then we cannot be told the difference between us and him.
Okay. Here's where the water just got muddy, because you're making a soup of people. Okay, in that soup is me somehow defending any of the transgressions of his or any man who has stepped forward. I don't have that luxury. I'm a tesseract thinker. If I think like you thought, then you know what? The dope ass shit he says on these videos that I'm trying to stay away.
We gotta stop the show. We got the Cash App from KJ. KJ, what is going on, my brother? Thank you for the Cash App. We appreciate you.
That's ISO. Rack it up, I got a bit of the bank to make me a safe house. Shake it up, she got her hands on her knees and she bringing the cake out. Smoke it up, I got some gas, some packs, I'm up in the greenhouse. Ball it up, I'm with the gang, we taking shots off the rebound. Fucking my post to say now, I've been humble too long, yeah. Tell them all to stay calm, yeah. Tell them all to move on, yeah. Fucking my post to say now, they be lost in the sauce, yeah. Took a loss, that's your loss, yeah. Had to get my point across, yeah.
Heard them lasers talking now and we don't pay that no mind. Didn't need to watch and all that. I'll be.
Appreciate you, dog. Appreciate you. Let's get back to it.
Away from that I use in conversation.
Oh yeah, and if you like, become a member of the We-On-Loc Nation channel. Definitely become a member.
I couldn't. I'd have to throw it out, and you know what that would make me? A square thinker or a cube thinker. I don't get to do that, brother. I cannot tell you if that is the case. You have just done away with the concept of military counterintelligence.
Explain what you mean by that when you say that. When you say
military
that, what do you mean?
counterintelligence.
No, I know what it is, but explain what you
information.
mean when you say that. I know what military counterintelligence is, but I need to understand the correlation between that and what I said.
Then I'm going to need to explain it to you. Military counterintelligence on a regular basis takes information from people they don't trust, people they are going to kill them, people who, if they had an opportunity, would destroy their moves and motives. And they take that information and decipher it against other information to make a summation. I don't know. We're going to make an educated guess, and everybody in this room is extremely fucking educated. Well, I lay that template over me moving forward. You are contradictory when you say that you can learn from a crackhead, but you don't want him to lead. Bruh, who asked him to lead? I'm not asking Umar Johnson to lead me.
He's asking to lead the people, brother.
Let him, and let the fools follow him.
So that's
my job. It is my job. Me, not what masses do. And that's what I submit to you.
Again, I love Uncle Geoff because he's what we should be having. And a lot of people are very disrespectful of him when it comes to having, that particular conversation, because he's in his 50s, and you know how these young people are. Well, you got Sir Speaks, which is practically the same age as Uncle Geoff. They're in their 50s, and I'm in my 40s. So again, I take everything with a grain of salt that what Geoff says, but he doesn't make a mockery out of everything. He stick to his points, and that's it. But if we're gonna say, he's an idiot and he's this and that and this and the third, it's like, okay, so what were we doing here then? You're not a believer, you don't like him, you don't respect him. So okay, what are we doing? What are we doing here? Let's move on to the next debauchery. It's a lot of people that you're not gonna like. Not everybody likes Rizza Islam. Not everybody likes Tony Muhammad. Not everybody like Elijah Muhammad. Not everybody liked Elijah Muhammad. Especially when he allegedly impregnated all those women. Not everybody liked Louis Farrakhan. Not everybody liked Dr. Khalil Muhammad. But he has followers. The only thing that was acceptable is that he had followers. He had people that respected. Dr. Khalil Muhammad was somebody people respected because he held power. He held power. And even when he got kicked out of the mosque, he still had that what? Respect and power. Well, let's not rant. Let's not rant.
You, brother Israel, you are not a member of the masses. You do not have the luxury of masses thinking. And masses thinking says, well, since he fucking with these broads and since he didn't spend this money that he's supposed to open a school 15 years, that I shouldn't listen to anything that he has to say because I can get it from somewhere else. And I submit to you that I've been around a bunch of crackheads and I've been around a bunch of fools that I have learned from, but I have not learned from them what I have learned from him. And I am not going to stop learning from him. I don't give a fuck what broads he fucks. I don't give a fuck what money he steals, as long as when I listen to him, he makes valid points that I can make later and use, and I will listen to him. He will not balance my checkbook. He will not give me advice on marriage. He will not give me advice on relationships. He will not give me advice on investing.
Cool. Let me ask you, does he try to?
Say this, I'm going to land the plane.
Okay.
With regard to buying in, I have bought Grant Cardone's book. I listen to Grant Cardone's speeches online. I get
bringing up another person, though. That's not...
But you know what I don't do? I'm not spending $15,000 to go to no goddamn conference. That's where I draw the line.
I got you. Okay, fair enough. Let me say this because Umar is not asking for $15,000. Now, number one, I want to be clear. I never said that we can't listen to him at all. But the question now I'm asking is, does Dr. Umar Johnson try to put himself in an authoritative position?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know when
No, he does not. And this is where we separate the train tracks. I had not once seen or heard Umar Ifatunde say he was an authoritative figure just because he named himself, Papa Shunga or whatever he calls himself, the big King Kong consciousness, blah 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 blah. Yeah, I know he doesn't. No, he does not. I have never heard him say it. I have never heard him. I followed the man dozens and dozens of times. I've been to his lectures, and not once has he said it. Not once. I wish Uncle Geoff was here. Uncle Geoff, if you hear the sound of my voice, please, let's have the conversation. I still love you, brother, though. I still love you.
Argue that, yes.
Okay. Does Dr. Umar Johnson try to put himself in a leadership position?
Yes.
No.
Okay. So this is what I'm speaking to. So of course, we as thinking people, we're not going to take him and put him in an authoritative position. We're not going to take him and put him in a leadership position. But
you just cut your own throat.
No, hold on. Let me finish. I didn't, because let me bring it in. This is what I'm saying. I'm saying when good men see bad things and they do nothing, bad things happen. So if I'm looking at Umar and I'm like, yo, I can see that there are a bunch of people following Umar, a bunch of blind followers, a bunch of blind witnesses, then I have to speak up. It's the same thing that happened with that girl Princella. When I saw that there was a whole bunch of blind people following her and going with her, I said, yo, I gotta speak up. So
Whoa, 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 whoa! I know we are not comparing Priscilla to Umar Johnson. I don't know what. Okay, I will say this about Priscilla. Priscilla, on a bad sense, has shown her ass plenty of times. Plenty of times. Is she right in the sense of what she is doing for women in her community? Absolutely. I recommend it. She's doing more than most Negroes are doing right now. I will say that. She's doing a hell of a lot better than what Negroes are doing right now. And that's gathering people together and talking about the greater good of things. But then there's also that other thing that I don't want to talk about because this is not a Priscilla video. I've done those already. What I will say is this. If you can find me, other than Umar, that can gather all these people together in one venue or has gone overseas, and please do not say Tariq, by which I would have to say Tariq, I have to give him some credit. I ain't gonna tell you what it is. Oh yes, I will. The credit that I will give Tariq Nasheed is this. When it comes to their beef, or it really wasn't beef, it was just a disagreement. When it comes to disagreement, they've been silent. They know perfectly good what, and there are some good things that came out of Tariq saying that, you know, he's doing good in the community. He has given Umar compliments. But we have those specific Negroes, so-called Negroes. I call this individual, I'm trying to tone it. I call this individual a white bastard. I don't know if you've seen cone heads. I don't know if you've seen cone heads, but Mike TV was a cone head, more like a crackhead, but whatever. I don't respect anyone who tries to separate. Instead of putting together, you just separate just because you don't like yourself, because you don't love yourself, because you don't respect yourself. Morally, you might love and respect yourself as a person, but morally, no, you don't. You don't. And this is the reason why you do clips on Africa. Since when has this mother been to Africa? And if you have so much hatred for Africa, what you doing over there in the first place if you've been over there? You don't respect Africa, and you don't respect hardly any Americans over here. And then the shit that you said about Tariq the other day, just because he said he made a comment on Umar Johnson positively, but you want that's the thing that you want. You want separation. Not just from black men, just from black women of African descent. You want separation. Because you believe in that FBA bullshit. That FBA cult. Sorry, Ryan, I didn't see the. We should be helping. We should helping him. What would be nice if Tariq Nasheed got together with the museum and the school starting building. It would, but right now we want it where it is, and that's low-key quietness. Otherwise, it's just like things will start flaring up again, and we don't want that to happen. And you know how Negroes are. You know how Negroes are. So we want things right there the way they are. I mean, if he knew his number in secret, and if he got together and then they got together like they did before, I could see it happening. I could definitely see it happening. I mean, they've given shots out to each other before. Umar has said congratulations to his museum, and of course, Tariq would do little snapping jabs here and there, but ultimately he said, you know, if Umar was in any trouble, I would bail the brother out. Now, whether it be true or not, I don't know, but I mean, shouts out to the brother. I mean, he's doing good things. I'm just gonna say that. When do we start moving big? I mean, that's up to the people. That's merely up to the people. If you want big, I mean, here's what I would say. Everybody talks about Q Butter a lot. If Q Butter wasn't such a knucklehead, I've been like, yo, let's all come together as one. You got a school here. He's got his museum. Umar's trying to start the state-of-the-art school where he can do 2nd through 4th grade 1 year, and then 5th through 6th the 2nd year, right? We all need to come together as one. We do. But we have to do something that needs to be done. We don't want to do it, but we need to. We need to start getting rid of the Negroes. And this is the reason why I call this the Book of Negroes, because if we were to put all the Negroes in here who do nothing but castrate and talk a whole bunch of babbling bullshit and la 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 rah 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 this and rah 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 that, and don't have a particular understanding of anything, and not knowing that the simple fact that it takes 4 to 6 years to opening up a school on your lonesome. And by the way, Uncle Geoff, you know your uncle. If he stole money from the school, where did he put it? Where did he put it? People, and you know, that's funny. I remember Anton Daniels, Mr. Anton Daniels himself, said that he took the money. Old Anton. He said he took the money, right? Went to Las Vegas and spent the money on a slot machine. So putting $10 in the slot. So putting $10 in the slot machine, that's school money. Really? Okay.
Again, Princella says some things that are on point because she gets them from people who were on point. So some of the things that she says are on point. Most of the things that she says is bullshit.
Hold on. Most of the things that she says men had said, she's just flipping it against them. I understand that part mostly. Most of
the things that she says is you can't take it nowhere.
Would you say that about Dr. Umar?
Yes, absolutely. Hold on. Let me finish. Yes, okay. Let me finish. Okay. Yes, absolutely. I say that Dr. Umar says 1 or 2 out of 10. Dr. Umar says 1 or 2 things that are very profound, and about 8 or 9 things that are absolute bullshit that you can't take and rub together and make nothing with. Absolutely nothing. Okay. I say it's divisive. I say it's bubble gum for the mind. I say it's
because you know why you say that? Because you're Believe it or not, you're part of Anton's prodigy, which means you everything that Anton says you believe. Believe it or not. I don't know if you follow the man or not, but you followed him. You followed him enough times to basically show yourself onto these here streams and do a live stream about Umar, a person that you had never met, never talked to, never had a discussion with. I just showed a clip earlier of me having a discussion with Umar. But see, everybody wants me to present Umar with the hard questions, really. We keep this up, we're never going anywhere. If we keep this up, if we continue this badgering of each other, especially when we don't know each other, we're never getting anywhere. But to the grave, quick, fast, in a hurry.
Dumb. I say it's idiotic. I say it's actually it's meritless, and it's based in nothing. Now, if Dr. Umar was to stick strictly to the curriculum of the young black boys, and as far as the special needs and special education of boys, he would be in his bag. As soon as he steps out of that arena, which that is where he's at right now, almost nothing that he says is of credence, almost nothing that he says is of substance, and almost nothing that he says should be taken seriously. That's
a bunch of bullshit. How come you can't multitask? So he can't talk about the lack of education that most black kids have in most schools around the country, because not children, but teachers complain that they make less. They don't want to pay attention to the kids. That they're having at least 28 to 38 kids per classroom, depending on where you're at. They have no sense of ability. They lack empathy. They lack of any care at all. And when it went back in my day, teachers gave a damn. Teachers gave a damn about their students. And there was some order where I went. I mean, there was less fights versus if you went to, let's just say, Everett High School. Well, I didn't go to Everett. I went to Sexton. There were less fights in Sexton than there was at Everett. Is what I know. Because where I grew up, there was what's called authority. Right? Even the security guards had authority. Most teachers had authority. We always had that one person, whether it be the music teacher, the library teacher, someone had authority and was spewing authority to our young brothers and sisters. Please get the likes up. Please get the likes up. Well, I'm sorry. We had we had authoritarian figures at our school. I don't know about now, but back in our day when I went, we had a Mrs. Thornton that cared about us, didn't want us to skip class. We had a principal that will go out and would try to find those who were skipping class. And believe me, our principal caught multiple people and sent them in school suspension. It's like, oh, you want to skip class? And it's 3 days of in-school suspension. You can tell your parents. I got suspended once. I got suspended one time in my years. I never got suspended again. Because my mama handled that. And then after that, I never got in any trouble again. I never got in any trouble again. because we had to. I don't know what's going on in today's society, but we need somebody. If not Dr. Umar, then who? Who? Can you name somebody? Can you name anybody? What an authority? Can you what? Killer Mike? Killer Mike's a rapper. Killer Mike's a hip hop artist. He's over there in that world, not in this world, but in that world. The only thing he's going to tell you, and no disrespect to that brother, is to go vote. That's the only thing he's going to tell you. What are we, T.I.? T.I., he's making his money? Oh, let me guess. Candace Owens, right? Candace Owens. They're going to, you consider her an authoritative figure over black folks? How about Kamala Harris? Everybody over here in Vegas likes Kamala Harris, except for me. If this woman was right, when we had our meeting, our union meeting, she came by and she was supportive of our union and everything, and I just looked dead at her and I was like, I mean, I respect her, but I'm not voting for her. You know how many innocent people she's put in jail? Last 2 years? And you want me to vote for that? If you can name a person, I will be. If you can name a person, and I'll look them up, I will be glad to listen. But at some point, we don't need leaders. We need leadership. It's not about a leader, because that leader can be bought and sold out, or he can end up in the morgue. Just like Fred Hampton, a young 21-year-old from the Black Panthers, a young Fred Hampton who brought together a lifeline of Black folks and white folks and Hispanic folks and called it the Rainbow Coalition for a reason, because they wanted a one world revolution. But FBI put a halt to that.
That is my I am speaking for myself. We-On-Loc. Who you think I'm speaking for, brother? I'm speaking for myself. But there's other brothers that's like facts preach that feel the same way I do. But I am speaking for myself, by the way.
Okay. Well, then it should be very simple, as passionately as you spoke for that, for you to qualify it. Since you're saying, and I want to, and I'm gonna let you nail you to this, that 80% of what Dr. Umar says in any given speech is bullshit. So here's what I'm going to ask.
No, I'm not saying no. That's unfair. I can't say any given speech. I got a lot of paint, brother. Let me rephrase. I apologize. Let me rephrase. Okay. You said that an overwhelming percentage of what Dr. Umar has to say in any given situation. No, not in the totality. Not in any given situation.
Okay.
Because that could be the one speech that's on point. But what I'm saying is he has 9 more that's bullshit.
Fair enough.
Or he has 9 more sound bites that's bullshit.
Okay. I'm going to bring up 5 things, 2 of which I have already mentioned. I'll bring up 3 more that he has said that I have heard that I don't consider to be bullshit. Okay. I need you, since there's this mountain of it, to bring up 5 similar things that he has said.
I can't promise they'll be similar, but I could bring up 5. I could bring up a mountain of things that he said that's bullshit.
Okay, don't need a mountain. Don't need a mountain.
Go ahead.
Let's just go with 5.
Okay, that's easy work. Let's go.
Okay, well, who goes first?
You can go first. You can go first. Go
okay, 3 more. The cover up of the involvement of Hebrews in the slave trade, the routes in which it went, and the people by name and by family line that are involved. I did not get that from another man who I am not putting him on the level of, let me be crystal clear, soul brother number one, Brother Minister Louis Farrakhan, who I also listen to ardently. I never heard that from him. I never heard that from Dr. Claude Anderson, who I listened to. I never heard that from John Henry Clark, who I listened to. I heard that from Dr. Umar Johnson.
Shouts out to John Henry Clark, may he rest in paradise. Shouts out to Dr. Ben Yakaman, who trained Dr. Clark. Shouts out to Dr. Claude Anderson, who will forever be in our hearts and our souls for the work and the dedication that he has done throughout the years. Go get his books, get his product, please. I have plenty of his books. Dirty Little Secrets, More Dirty Little Secrets, Black Labor, White Wealth, and the one I have not finished yet. Oh, and Powernomics is the most important. Powernomics is the most important. And this one that I'm reading right here, A Black History Reader. Please go get that book.
The statistics on autistic boys, black boys, and how thimerosal, which is mercury based, has was put into vaccines, and how those vaccines overwhelmingly affected black boys. There's a tie right there with that knowledge. Him and Brother Reza Islam, who is a personal friend who I listened to.
Right.
I heard
that's
it
about to
from
say, I heard
Dr.
it.
Umar first.
I heard it from Reza Islam first, but
Right, exactly. Because we happen to have, I don't know when we crossed paths. I've been on a few shows with Brother Reza. That's my dude, shout out. And I'm not paralleling them.
Well, hold up. Okay, we're arguing now that, whatever message came out, this brother said it first, and then this brother said, no, this brother said it first. This brother said it first. Who get the Muslim said that the world was flat? No, the Israelites said that the world was flat. Who gives a fuck who said what first? Did you get the message? Did you get the message?
I'm not paralleling any of these brothers.
Right, I got you. That's
You see
fine.
what I'm saying? I'm saying that if I took your stance, it would be too expensive for me, because there's too many things that I wouldn't know and wouldn't be able to share because I didn't get them from this dude, because I don't listen to him at all. And that is fantastic advice for followers, dear followers of Umar. Those of you who latch on to the good words of people and ignore their bad blindly, Dr. Umar is not the dude for you. Don't do that. This dude is flawed, and some of his flaws are detrimental from what I can see. As a follower, leave him alone. Dear leaders, don't listen to that bullshit I just said. You get your information from wherever the fuck you can find it. And that I stand on, and that I cannot back up from, brother. And again, what I see, and what I see that you do often, and it's hard. It's hard. Bruh, you got a heavy fucking load to carry because of where your mind is, because of how sharp it is, because of your passion and your willingness to do for your people. You don't get to think like them. You don't.
That's true.
It's gonna be some horrible motherfuckers you're gonna have to listen to and get some lessons from. And that's hard, bro. It's hard. I understand why it's hard for you. It's hard.
I get you.
but
I mean,
have to do it.
listen. No, it's not. Believe me or not, it's not as hard as you think. Like if someone says something wise, I take the wisdom, extrapolate the wisdom, and can decipher the wisdom from the message. At the same time, when someone tries to make a point that person should be listened to en masse, I have an issue with that. So let me just read this and let me speak to the points real quick. Well, let me speak to the points first. And shout out to my man Sir Tice. Thank you for the $10. And if y'all want y'all questions, if y'all have questions or y'all have agree with that the creator, the universe, gives ideas to everyone. It's out there, and if you're in tune and if you're in reception with it, you can pick it up out. So there's nothing new under the sun. Whatever's been said has already been said before. Whatever's been done has already been done before. So there's nothing new under this circle rock that we call Earth, under the sun, that's new. It's just not, right? So there's no information that comes out that's no one's ever heard before, no one's ever said before, no one's. Now, I will give you this. There are orators and people, which is Dr. Umar is a very good orator. So there could be a way that he puts it that is exclusive to himself. I give you that. And I can concede to that, right? With that being said, Dr. Umar has said that Black women, Black American women, should go and be with African men from Africa, from the diaspora in Africa. If the men here in America are not doing what they think that they should do or following suit, that they should go and get African men. Okay? And we all know that that was a heavily flawed statement and a heavily ignorant statement.
Okay, help me out. Because I don't have a problem with it.
I mean, I don't have a problem with a lot. I don't have a problem with the mandate of a lot of extreme radical groups against Black people.
Explain how it's flawed.
It's flawed because the issue, what it does is it takes the onus, the accountability and responsibility off the women to get themselves together.
Not at all.
And no, absolutely it does. And it puts them in a position to run to somewhere else like they would be getting something better. So but that's my thing. But hold on, don't I don't want to get in the minutia of that. Because when you are arguing your points,
it never fails. Ladies. I wish there was one particular lady that could, well, I would call her, but I'll leave her alone. I mean, she's probably tired. She's, had an interesting day at work, so I'm not gonna bother her. But again, this is where it goes. I'm gonna start off with this. I get real sick and tired of people saying that he's a real good arbitrator. Again, if you can find a person that strictly critiques the things that he says in different lectures, in different schools that he has visited, where people have said, I have never heard this one before. Wow. That's quite interesting. Who else has preached it? You call him a preacher, who else has preached it? Who has preached the school to prison pipeline before? Who has preached the Emancipation Proclamation of whatever? Who has preached over 1,000 times that Black boys will be in more dangerous situations than Black women would, due to the fact that, of course, white supremacy, everybody yells out white supremacy.
but how he critiques it in a way that ultimately makes sense, and ultimately people call him up and ask him to elaborate even further, because remember, he is one of the most requested scholars in America and in overseas. So who travels more than him? Who is more requested? Because if you call it arrogance, it's arrogant. Who is the most requested scholar in America? Who? If you mention one of these niggas in New York, of course, Brother Polite has done his thing. But what was his downfall? Not only white women, but what was it? Allegedly a little girl that he had to go to court for. Young Pharaoh that can't even treat his baby mama with respect. Who are we talking about here?
I didn't interrupt.
Okay, I apologize. I just think it's a great.
Okay.
Can we come back to that? That's a
Yes,
great point.
yes, we can.
Okay,
Yes, we
keep
can.
going. I'm sorry.
No problem. The second thing that Dr. Umar said that was absolutely ridiculous was Dr. Umar tried to make it seem in the same breath that men who date white women or have children with white women are a desecration to their race and are doing something against their race.
Hold on just a
That's the
second,
second thing
Izzy.
that he
I'm listening. I gotta so I
Sir Tice, thank you so much for the $10. Problem with Umar is simple. He's not walking the talk. It's bigger than the messages. We're talking 14 years waiting on this school my friend and 20 years old have created. He's online character, simply put. Salute to you, Sir Tice. I agree 1,000%. Not to mention, he speaks all of this talk about working with black people and building black and unapologetically black and black and black and black. Then he has to come back and he's making it seem like black people are the reason why he hasn't opened his school. 15 years later, black people is the reason why he hasn't opened his school.
Again, where is the 15 years? Where has it been? Don't you think he would have opened up the school? We was to open up the school by then. What are we talking about? He's been in search of a school. He's been collecting donations since 2014. We've been through all that. He's been in search of a school for let me see, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. And now it's like, now that he has the school, we want him to. This is the problem with people like Izzy. We want so much transparency, right? We want so much transparency, and we want him to open up the school with government money. Not government money, state money. Usually state money want to open up with these white corporate banks, which if he does that, then, and if he opens it up with the state, then it's not going to be a Pan-African school because of the curriculums that Dr. Umar has in place for black kids. And of course, he's going to have to abide by certain stipulations. Meaning, if a white person wanted to come to his school, he would have no choice but to have a white boy come to his school. Or if he wanted Happy to be nappy, what? Sorry, it was my kids. Let me go open the door for these kids.
yo, I'm not pan-African. I don't know what that means. Maybe I'm not. I love all people. I love black people in specific, but I mean, I would argue
that's your problem. You don't know. So why don't you let me run the tape? Hold on.
That nigga is not pan-African neither. He's not pan-African. He just claimed he's a pan-pizza panderist. He's not pan-African. Bro, let's be real. He's not pan-African. I really, Moxie said, I really dislike when black men start dating white women after they get money. Sorry, not sorry. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, most black women do. It's
such
okay.
a bullshit narrative.
I mean, yeah, but it is what it is. But I don't want to get caught into that.
Yeah,
it is
let's
what
not
it is.
get caught in that.
And Quantavia said most black people don't want to work with black people. But he's Mr. Pan-African. So Mr. Pan-African.
So the two can't be true.
No, hold on, real quick. But he spoke about everybody else that works for white people, though. But so you can't, yes, the two can't be true. Because you can't speak about everybody that works with white people and then try to get mad and then go and work with white people. That doesn't work like that. That's hypocrisy.
See, this is the problem right here. Once you say that, I got you in the palm of my hand. And all I got to do is just crush your argument. Crush, because you don't have that belief. Your belief is we are the world, we are the children, and you're holding hands with white folks and Chinese folks, those that you can get along with, those that can make you happy. I don't live in that world, sir. I live in the real world. And if you don't think for 1 second that you can't have that fear of a cop pulling you over and you having that fear that you're not coming home, something is deadly wrong with that, for my guy. If you don't have that fear of one day losing your job to another person from overseas, ethnicity, anybody from overseas, if you don't have that fear of white folks, and let's just face it, there are still people, even though they're in the shadows. And I'm talking about there are still Ku Klux Klan out there, there's still skinheads out there, and there's still some prejudiced people in this world. Now, just because you don't see them every day does not mean I'm going to be an interactive fool not to think that there is racism out there. Racism still exists. The world may change, but the scenario stays the same. And I'm about to go ballistic on my kids. Let me go ahead and play this video.
At its finest. How do you, Uncle Geoff, let me ask you a direct question. How do you speak against every black person that works with white people and then turn around and work with white people? Go.
Am I allowed to answer that?
Yes, please do.
By being an unequivocal, absolute hypocrite. That's how. We've never argued. I don't know what point you're arguing. I have it almost feels like I came here to defend Dr. Umar, and I didn't. I came here to defend the search for wisdom, and I have found some with this dude that I didn't find in other places. Said like you said again. Okay, yeah. Oh no, you asked me to answer that question. I answered it.
No, but Geoff, that's fair. So this is more of a conversation than anything, because we really agree then. Because we really agree. But my whole thing, I told you. This is what I'm trying to get you to understand. But hold on, let me just finish my thought real quick.
Okay.
So we agree. It's no problem. My only thing is this: like, I'm going to speak up. Like, just because I don't agree with how he's moving does not mean that there's nothing that I don't agree with him. I'm famous for saying, yo, I believe in taking the message. And the messenger, I mean, is whatever. You don't have to take the messenger. You could just take the message. I agree with that sentiment. My point of view and perspective is with him about the masses. I'm speaking for
you just, I don't even know. not everybody's Umar's cup of tea. I admit that. I've been saying that. But you kind of sound kid and you go kid. I would rather you, my guy, and again, you have a great channel. I would rather you just cut to the chase and say, I don't like this dude. I would rather you say that. It's just like you giving him all this negative shit right here, and you just glomp it up like a piece of shit, and then you say, okay, let me bring you back down, son. You're not all that bad. No, just leave it alone. That's what I would do. If I don't like anyone, if I don't like someone, I might do 1 or 2 clips and then be done with it. Right? Or I probably won't mess with you at all, depending if you piss me off or not. And I'll try to be logical about it, but this is, I don't even know what to call it. It's like you say, it's like you gonna take the bone, you take the baby with the bathwater, the bread out the bones, or whatever you were talking about here, and you're trying to make it seems as this Dr. Umar is this certified bad guy, but his speeches are so profound. Like, you can't do that. You can't do that. Either he is or he isn't what he says he is. If he isn't what he says he is, then just say what you need to say about him, cut off the tape, and go to something else. Why do we keep constantly bickering and babbling about BS that really, we don't give him no type of compliment, no type of benefit of the doubt, nothing. We just strictly go by, oh, he was with a counter stripper. He was with a white lady back at the Fox Hill Mall or something like that. He's used up all the money. No, he's stolen the money. He was supposed to come out from school in 2010. He was supposed to come out with the school in 2009. No, 2008. Oh, I forgot. It was 2006. It was 1999. Y'all go through all these freaking numbers. And y'all are so inaccurate. He's collected money since 2001. Really? I think he was still in graduate school then.
For the masses. I don't think like the masses, but I'm speaking for the masses. The same way I did when Princella was doing what she did. The same way I do when I see women do whatever. The same way. It's the same mindset. So it's not about some of his messages. We agree on that. Some of his messages, cool. You can use what you can use. Throw out what you. I'm famous for it. Yo, take the meat, throw out the bones. It is what it is. But I'm not gonna sit here and allow him to put himself off on everyone else like he's some leader or he's someone to be followed or he's someone to look up to when he's not. That's all I'm saying. That's my own point.
I could have swore I covered that. I you know what?
So we on the same page.
I'm gonna take some time off. There must be a robin's egg-sized tumor somewhere in here because I could have swore I said. I'm not here to defend Dr. Umar, and maybe that's the impasse. I understand that you speak for the people. And I could have swore I said, dear people who are blind enough to need leaders, or no, we all need leaders. Dear people who are foolish enough to pick your leaders bad. Dr. Umar's a bad leader. I could have swore I say I that's not even a sword.
He never proclaimed to be a leader, Geoff, but let me move forward ahead to Geoff's point, because we don't want to be here all night. Let's just move on to Geoff's point of why he was there in the first place. And that's to talk about what he thought to be a real presentable thing when it came to Umar lecturing about the churches and the banks and the money and all that other stuff. Let's go to this.
Twist my words. That's not what I'm saying.
Fair use, and like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe to the channel, and of course, definitely support your boy We-On-Loc.
What I'm saying is that when you said that Dr. Umar, I asked you, what has he said that's been so profound? What has he said that's been made such a difference? And everything that you told me has been things that I've heard other people say way before he's ever said it. That's what I'm saying.
All right. If it's okay, I'd like to share this video.
Okay, hold on real quick. Yes,
Okay.
yes, you may, but hold on. Hey, Geoff is not defending Umar's is not supporting what Umar is doing. Bars. Bars. That's simply put, Apple J. Geoff is not defending Umar, and I'm not supporting what Umar is doing. What has Umar done tangibly? Corey Love asked. Shout out to my man Jimmy Rucker. Thank you, Jimmy Rucker. I appreciate y'all, man. Keep them cash apps coming, brothers. I appreciate y'all. What has Dr. Umar done tangibly? Corey Love asked Uncle Geoff.
You know what? I'm not going to waste my time answering that, because if you're an Umar supporter, you know what he's done tangibly versus what these Negroes are doing.
Not a goddamn thing.
Okay.
Not one fucking thing. He's untrustworthy. He's a shyster. He sleeps with strippers.
He's being sarcastic, and even I know he was being sarcastic.
He took all the money for the school and put it on 33 Black. I ask you when I get a chance what any of that has to do with this.
All right, cool. I'm gonna play the video shortly. You gotta bring it to the back so I can play it.
On my way.
And then We-On-Loc. He's being sarcastic, evidently. We-On-Loc. And I'm gonna drop the link in a minute so everybody can come up. Y'all, man, we just need 5 more contributors, at least $10 a piece. We need at least 5 more contributors, at least $10 a piece, and I will absolutely open up the panel. Hey, Sir Tice, say something in the chat, and I'm gonna give you a wrench. Sir Tice, say something in the chat, and I'm gonna give you a wrench. All right, which video is this? Let's see what Umar is talking about here.
Okay.
Fair use, fair motherfudging use.
All right, hold on just a second, sir, so that I don't accidentally get rid of it. You ready? Here we go.
Yeah, go.
For that money, even though they was no good, but you do get something for your money.
Now, I'm gonna need. I never heard. I been around the world twice. I had never heard it put that way. Now, maybe, and again, Israel, your travels may be greater than mine, and you have heard that verbatim for years. Maybe you have heard every bit of that information since you were 12. I haven't. I never heard the black people put all their money in a white bank and fund and fuel gentrification. I'm sorry, I haven't heard that many places anywhere. I haven't. So for me, when I get ready to discuss gentrification, I use that topic. I don't go, oh, by the way, I got this from a guy you can't trust with money and fucks around with strippers. No, I say that. And I don't think that has a goddamn thing to do with what money he stole. And if you could help me with that.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Where does Umar Johnson put his money?
He gives it to white people on the low. He gives it to the CIA. I don't know.
No, does he put it in a white bank?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know how that invalidates what he.
No, hold on. I can't tell you what you've heard, what speaks to you, what resonates to you, what doesn't resonate to you. I can't speak to that, right? But I can speak to. I just saw a Dr. Umar a speech the other day, and he was asserting that it's not the banks that give the Mexican people their loans, it's the Mexican people. It's not the Serbian people that give the Serbian people. It's not the banks that give the Serbian people their loans. It's the Serbian people.
Also
right?
true.
He just okay. So he
Also
was just
true.
okay. Hold on, real quick, Uncle Jeff. When you spoke, I didn't interrupt you.
I'm
right?
sorry. I didn't mean it. I was okay. I'm sorry. You're right. Keep going.
So the point that I'm making is that if it's either the banks or not, basically what it is fear mongering. It's basically saying word salad. Like while you got inspired by that, and you might have found that as profound, and you might have found that as something to be I was trying to keep myself from throwing up the whole time when I heard that. The whole time I heard that, I was trying to keep myself from throwing up, because it's the biggest crock of bullshit I've ever heard. It's word salad. It doesn't mean anything. Nigga, everybody put their fucking money in white banks because 95% of the banks are white banks. This is a white system that we live in. What are we really talking about? It doesn't make sense to me. And it makes me upset. It makes me upset because it's like a damn, to me, that particular clip is an insult to my intelligence. I'm gonna be honest with you. And if that makes me not a Tesseract thinker, then I'm not a Tesseract thinker. Because I'm pissed off by that, because that makes me, you would try to make it seem like the churches put their money in a white bank so the white bank could take away from the grandmas and regentrify and move people out. Your ass put your money in the damn white bank too. You just don't got enough of it. Let's just be honest. Like, this shit is ridiculous, man. That shit pisses me off, to be honest with you. It's triggering.
Honestly, I don't know. Think this one was, if I look at it, this stream happened 4 days ago. 4 days ago. So I told him, I told him the stream that he did afterwards. I said, it's a great stream, but I gotta get with you, right? Now I don't know if you saw my message or not. I was like, I'm gonna get with you. It may not be right then, but so anyway, this is the problem when we have people who take what Umar says and they are in fear of him going after the people, going after organizations, in fact, going after certain organizations and trying to hold them accountable. Or he's going after organizations that apparently, or laws that have nothing to do with Black people. Of course, there are a few black business or Black banks here and there who will likely fund your situation. But let's keep it a beam. How many two white banks do we have here in America, other than one United? And I also caught wind of another Black bank. It's called the M&G Bank. I think it's called the M&G Bank. There are those Black banks who were successful, and there are those Black banks who were not so successful. But they're not enticing to a Wells Fargo, which I'm banked with, but I can't find no other bank to bank with because I don't trust any other bank out here. And I was with one United, but one United is in LA. I'm in Nevada. I'm in the state of Nevada, in the city of Las Vegas. So, and then of course we're going to have issues trying to get the money in and out of the bank. So if anybody can tell me what I can do, or what credit union who is Black owned if you can find me and point me to the direction of that, I have no problem taking my money out of Wells Fargo. I have no problems. No problems at all. I just got sick of Chase. I got tired of Chase. And I got tired of Bank of America. I got tired of them. So Wells Fargo, I mean, they're doing me a service. Yeah, I guess, yeah. I guess they had several. I guess the reason why they're so good to me is they had several complaints throughout the years. But Uncle Geoff will explain in the most heightened fashion, the most critical fashion that he has for these particular banks. And it goes a little something like this.
Sorry. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. That's nothing. Nothing was daggone inspiring about that to me. Nothing was daggone profound about that to me. It was a crock of shit. I'm listening. Listen, it was a crock of shit.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I yield the floor.
Okay. The Armenians who get their money from Armenians to start Armenian business that I watch are not directly funding gentrification. Wells Fargo is. The Koreans who fund Korean projects with Korean money without going to Korean banks are not funding gentrification. Bank of America is. The two can you speak as if they cannot possibly exist outside of one another, and they can. Everybody black don't put their money in white banks. I don't.
Wow.
I bank with One United.
Who does he bank with those?
I don't know. I don't know. We don't share financial information. I don't know.
Why in the hell are we so enticed to figure out who the hell he puts his money in? Why do we even give a damn where he puts his money in? I think we have so long ago. I can't even put it into words. Like, we want to get into people's pockets. We want to find out how much they what. We want to find out who we sleeping with, what celebrities we're sleeping with, what celebrity. I mean, that dang. This is the reason why we're lost. We're all in everybody else's business but our own. But if it don't make dollars, it don't make sense. Isn't that right? If it don't make dollars, it don't freaking make sense at all. At all. So we get in there, it's like, where is he getting this money from? Oh, where is he getting it? He getting the money from white people. No. He getting his money from black people, but the face is white. George Washington, Hampton, Jackson, Grant, they white. So he's a hypocrite. Umar Johnson is a hypocrite. I got to be the most dumb. And this is the dumb conversation that if anything. You're gonna put Harriet Tubman on the face of the front of the $20 bill, but want to keep Jackson in the back. If y'all don't get the hell out of my face with this garbage,
I money in Swiss banks so that it goes directly to fund white supremacy. Whatever the worst you can think of is what he does with his money. It has nothing to do with the fact that he is absolutely right when he says that Mexican people outside of bank funding on a large scale fund Mexican projects, because I'm here watching it. He is not wrong. And his money in a white bank is not the grandmother's money in a white bank that he's discussing, because the grandmother gave it to the tax-free church who put it in the bank. And nothing about what he does, nothing about where he puts his money, nothing about who he fucks makes that chain of money any less. That's a fact.
So wait. So you're saying if he does that, wait. So what you're asserting is if Umar does the identical thing that he's accusing the churches of doing, which is putting their money in the white banks, and then whatever the white banks do with that money, I'm sure that the churches don't necessarily know the inner workings of the bank. You're saying that by Dr. Umar doing the exact same thing with black churches that he's accusing the black church of doing, is somehow not, it's not a problem. It's okay. It has nothing to do with
exactly what I'm saying. I am saying, I'm gonna try to tell you what I'm saying or I'll let you go.
No, go ahead. I'm asking how.
What I am saying is that Dr. Umar doing exactly what he did with them, I'm gonna overshare a little bit, has nothing to do with the fact that right after I saw this video 5 years ago, I went and opened an account at One United Bank. And I took my money out of white banks. And that money, I know where that money's going. And it's doing some shit that I'm not going to tell you about. Mm-hmm. That's the difference. And I don't give a fiddler's fuck what he does with his money. Because
Here we go. What's bank system? There we go. It doesn't fail. Woo! It doesn't fail. It does not fail with white. It doesn't fail with black folks. It doesn't fail. That's why we need the minimum. This is the reason why we need the minimum of 4 people that we can work with. 4. We don't need a whole million of people, because we're going to agree to disagree. But if we have people in lockstep with one another, if I agree with you about, well, we need to take our banks, our money out of white banks, and we need to put it in this bank. I was like, okay, we can do that, but I need to read the listings of what this bank can do for us and our community and our situation. Can this bank fund our project? It's like, of course they can. We read down the list, read down the line. Okay, cool. We got it. Okay, 2 people become 1. Then we go over here to this person, right? And they absolutely agree with the same damn thing. And we go to this person, it's like, oh, I work here at this bank. So blah, 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 blah. We good. We're financially good. We straight. All we got to do is just be on time with this and this and that and this and the third. And we got it. That's 4. Everybody else, we become the leaders. And we practice what? Leadership. And everybody else comes along, if they see it, they're either believers or non-believers. But I knew this was coming. I knew it was what bank system does One United use? I don't even know how to answer that.
I took the part that applied to me, not what he does with his money. Not the fact that he's doing the same thing that the white church, that the black church is, that is wrong. Put your money in a black bank and invest with black people.
That's fair. That's fair.
So when you ask what good he does great for Tesseract thinkers, because I take what belongs to me. The rest is bullshit.
Okay, Geoff, we gotta have a conversation. And normally I would do this in your face, but since you're not here, I'm gonna say this. What Dr. Umar Abdullah Ifatunde, well, I'm not supposed to use the Abdullah part, Ifatunde does with the money that is being given, all of that is being put in the project, which is his school. Now, there's some money that he does get, and those are called gifts. Those are separate from the school money, which he has what is called donors. And he takes the donors' money and he puts it into the school. He probably, maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. I don't know. I don't care. I don't care what he does with the gifts that's being given to him. He's always been given gifts, within money or in this or in that or whatever. Takes the money and he goes to this a different state and time and place, and he lectures. Do we not forget the fact that, real Umar supporters know? Do we not forget the fact that he does conferences every Tuesday, 6 o'clock in the morning, his time? Did we not forget the fact that not only does he does lecturing, not only does he does conferences, but he also does tours? And a little secret, the school is open. It's just not open to the public. If he were to do a meeting, if he would do a community meeting, he will usually do it to the gymnasium. Did you not see the gymnasium? Oh, that's just the gymnasium. Oh, okay. Okay. Would anybody be interested in seeing the school? Inside of the school? If anybody wants to see the inside of the school, please raise your hand or put a 1 in the chat. If anybody would like to see the inside of the school, once again, put a 1 or a thumbs up in the chat. If not, don't worry about it. I'll wait.
But I don't take on anything other than an indifferent personality from the person I'm taking it with. And I'm not going to condemn this dude for what he's doing and say to what he is. We see that. Real easy oval dirt track to get on. How Dr. Umar ain't shit. He ain't shit. Okay? I give you that. This nigga ain't shit. I'm giving you that. What I'm telling you is that here's where we differ, because you are amongst the people. You need to, bruh, stand on the porch and bark about it. Please enlighten us. Please let us know when he fucks up. Please let us know what he's hypocritical about, because apparently there are some people who don't know it who need you to tell them. Tell those people. I'm talking to the other people.
Oh, so far we got 1. We got another one. Let's get at least 2 more. We need 2 more ones. Not just 1. We need 2 more ones. 2 more ones, and I'll show it. 2 more ones.
I'm talking to the people who can find a way to look their enemies' plans out at face value, take what they need and throw it out.
1 more.
And I'm telling you that those people cannot afford leaders who cannot do that. There is no.
We need 1 more. We need 1 more. That was quick.
No country's been overthrown or made without it. You can't fly an airplane without it. You can't get a train to run on time without it. I don't know how you do that. And I am telling you, I am submitting to you that is a luxury as a leader that you cannot afford. But if you wanted to, hey, bro, look here. Okay.
I understand what you're saying. I mean, I understand exactly what you're saying. Trust me.
Well, no. Well, we're going to have to go back on some of this here.
No, I got what you're saying.
Some of this, we got some blood in the floor we need to clean up.
Wait, hold on real quick. I got you. Hold on. Let me do this real quick. I know what you're saying. I don't necessarily.
Oh, the white one, caramel drip. I'm wasting my time. Go ahead.
Hold on. Most black churches have financial transgressions. Yeah, they do. DSM-5. Shout out to you. Silk the Shocker in the building.
Hey, again, if anybody wants to see the inside of the school and how things are progressing, I need at least one more. One more. If you can give me one more. We can play the clip. We can play the clip. Come on. All we need is one more.
The pastor have good talking points, and he will smash your wife behind your back. Yo, Sir Tight said, Lord Jamar offered help from his father-in-law. King Randall has a school. Many smaller schools created by black men. This guy just talk simply.
And he did not want a small school. He wanted to, again, everybody wants to do what they want Umar to do. That whole Jamal situation is like, look, I have what I need. Just give me the money to fund it. You're talking about let's just do something like what my grandfather did or my father did, and blah, 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 blah. I was like, no disrespect to your father, but I have my own shit. Like, if you really vouch for me, then just give me the money to do what I need to do. Simple as that. Everybody took it as disrespect. But little did Umar know, it's no different from what Roland Martin did. So screw that nigga.
But shout out to Sir Tight.
Absolutely.
Moxie, shout out to Moxie. Shout out to Ronnie. Ronnie said, with that logic, we should be smoking dope out niggas' hands in the hood, right? Exactly. No.
See, this is, and that's another thing. We can't take none of this shit that he says seriously because you're reading out. Okay, this is your show, but if we're gonna do something this serious in 2024, oh, I can't do this. This is the reason why I feel comfortable in my live stream. I feel so comfortable, especially with the company that I have. Because I don't have to do all that rah stuff. I don't. Just to get a quick buck, I'm good. I'm great. This is a hobby for me. If I needed to do something serious, I'll go down and see my legislator. It's like, what can we do to make Las Vegas greater for black people? My fourth district leader. What can we do to make Las Vegas good for black people? What can we do? And going from there. This is entertainment. But I'm gonna be honest with you. I can have a conversation with Uncle Geoff. I can't necessarily have a conversation, no disrespect. But Israel, you're entertainment, dude. I realize the entertainers from the real serious men. You know what I'm saying? That's why we all end up saying we can't bring everybody along with us. It's unjust.
I have no idea what that means.
Hey, Ogun, that was a while back. Ogun said, as Tesseract thinkers, it's just too easy. But anyway, the Bible says you can have heaven on earth as well abundantly. Shout out to this Jones. Hey, Lou said, and We-On-Loc $5 said, I've been hearing the same old talk about Ifatunde for the last 10 to 15
Ifatunde.
years. What else is new? Obviously nothing that he's doing. We-On-Loc.
What I meant was, it ain't nothing that none of y'all niggas have ever said about him that I am not impressed, that I'm impressed with. I am not impressed with none of you niggas. Like, because again, this, and I give him another $5 saying that, you know, I didn't mean Ifa, I meant you. I didn't mean him. I didn't mean him. And we're, after this, we could just get this crap. But if anybody would like to come up and, well, you know what? Screw it. I'll show the inside since we got our two people. Yeah, this is wild. Yeah, this is wild. I was gonna show you something else, but I just kind of say, you know, screw it. What? Talk about banks and shit. Well, here it is. Once again, we're going inside of the school, ladies and gentlemen.
We got 4 bathrooms in here. We might got 16 over there.
Wow.
Go ahead and step on in, y'all. So this is the office here, and we got 3 small spots in there. Go ahead and click that light on. Now, one of them would have been nice for the studio too, but that's the main office.
Now, mind you, this is mainly 2 months ago. So I was right. This is 2 months ago. We don't refreshly know the updates quite just yet, but we will.
I make one of those classrooms in the office, but I think I keep it here.
Yeah, it's nice.
But you said any one of them could do it though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. I keep that
And
in
it
mind.
fits
But
more with the aesthetic over there too. You got that whole like, you got the basketball court.
okay.
This is more main office, offices and all that.
I got you. I got you.
Side.
Okay. All done?
Yep.
Did you need to bleed it like you said to get the water out?
Yeah, I got my hand all wet, freezing. There.
Okay, so it's done.
Yeah, so everything's good. Yeah,
Okay.
so I just left it open.
Okay.
So yeah, in the summertime, you know, when you turn it back on, it'll just run for a little bit and check out.
Okay. Okay. And so up here, we'll take a look at the classrooms. They're all basically the same size. As you can see, nice space. We took the old carpet off the floor. So most of these floors are going to be retiled. Some of them are going to be recarpeted. These 3 classrooms in a row that you see, including the one you're standing in, one is going to be a parent visitor center. Another one is going to be a student activity room. And the third one is probably going to be the library. But these 3 are going to be more multi-purpose, not instructional. Instructional is going to be the long hall because we don't want the kids so close to the front. Right. So this one, so let's say you're a parent.
By the way, have anybody seen the uniforms? It's the exact same uniforms that my son and my daughter wear. It look nice.
You're picking your kid up, she got 2 hours, you just want to chill. We have a TV in here, refrigerator with some water, a nice couch. You know, parent visitor center. So.
Now, I want y'all to be honest. I want you in the chat to be honest. I mean, what do you think of so far? What do you think the inside? We're talking about the inside of school, not the outside of school. What do you think of it so far? And it's been making some good progress. Definitely making some good progress to me. I mean, what do y'all think?
I want it to be a little different than what you see at the regular schools. You feel me? Yeah.
This is so interesting to see this being built from scratch. Oh, this is
straight down the hall that way. This way, black man is looking at you. See that room looking at you? Yep. Right at the end. The other thing, you got to back to the point.
It gets you in a learning mentality. You just want to pick up a book and do something.
Stretch it all the way down.
Yeah.
Now, I was thinking about making this my office and conference room. I'm thinking about making that and this. One will be my office and the one will be a conference room. So let's say I gotta have a meeting. This is what I'm thinking because we have an exit on the side. So I figured nobody can get past me. You see what I'm saying? So I was thinking about, and plus it's kind of loud in the hallway. My visitors aren't bothered by that. I did want my office a little larger, but I can live with it. I can live with it.
Honestly, me, my personal opinion. So I had my office at my place before.
Okay.
I moved it. I found myself really
It was better for
comfortable
you.
with work from.
Wow.
So a smaller office might not be a bad.
I see what you're saying, less distraction.
Yes.
Because you have more going on. The bigger it is, the more you put in there.
It looked wonderful in there. I don't even know why he said he needed to paint. It looked wonderful as it is. It looked just wonderful as it is right now.
Yeah.
Walking around,
Yeah.
looking out the window.
I got you. I got you.
Now, people say that people aren't even working at this. Who's on top of this on the ceiling over there? Somebody's working. So we're putting in some work, right? And he's not tangibly putting in any work. That's crazy.
This is male bathroom right there. Water fountain. But you know, we probably gonna get water brought in. Girls' bathroom. We gotta get the doors fixed because they broke, you know. Computer room. Now you see the offices, the classrooms are kind of large. But I'm not ruling out making one of them the studio though. But y'all saying y'all don't need that much space for that.
Nah, y'all need a huge.
Could the studio?
The bigger the space, the more money you're gonna have to spend.
They tore up the carpet. And then ended up putting new carpet in there. It just looked, and if you can see, they already put tenant windows. Those are tenant windows. Not making any progress. Man, please. This is. I mean, we showed most of this. We showed this before, but I'll be happy to show it again. I'll be happy to show this to Geoff. Geoff, if you know what? Let me see if I get. Go ahead.
So let me ask you this: could a studio partner with some other kind of activity? If I did use the classroom, like what would be something that wouldn't really
broadcasting, podcasting, all kinds of stuff. Does that look living room or something?
So this is
Nice size too.
I got a lot of stories in there too. A lot of sad stories. Let me ask y'all this. Yeah, this is too small. Is this the same size? I was thinking about this, but I know this is too small. That's it. It ain't gotta be though. I might put the.
How big those things are.
Right? Okay.
For the sound?
Yeah. Too small. Okay, small.
I mean, like once again.
Yeah, talk to me.
Like this would be great, but it has the bathrooms already in it. That would be our own.
So you saying this space right here, you could do the engineering and the booth.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. You can put that in if you want. And this table could like simple like you know, we had a engineering board. There was a room right here and a door.
Look at this. Look at this. And this used to be a school. About 10 years ago. Somebody else had a building. And if you want to get, it was going to get sold to some Chinese guy, but Umar picked it up and he ran with it. Now, again, the windows are tinted. He wants to pick a paint day, which I don't think, to me, I don't think that the place needs to be painted. I think he's just talking about the inside of the rooms, which is just fine. All he needs is to clean up some of that debris in there, put those ceiling fans back into place after they're doing what they're doing up there, and everything is straight. Everything is straight. Everything is in line, perfect, hook, line, and sinker. Now, I don't know why we don't. I don't even know why we discuss. I should have went up there and I should have just represented. But we're talking about one person. We're talking about one person versus a whole bunch of people that I don't even know, other than Uncle Geoff. And I think me and Uncle Geoff will be in line at some point because, of course, he doesn't agree to everything, and that's fine. That's okay. But with Israel Bandz, I just don't trust it. I don't trust it. So I just rather keep to myself. And I mean, I can be in the chat all day long, and I can say this, I can say that. I could say this, I could say that, but it wouldn't mean nothing because he's not governed. He's not governed. He's not owned by, he's not owned by anybody. You gonna open up the school, it don't take this. You don't know that. You don't know that. He's doing everything. He was doing everything by himself. And he finally freaking realized, okay, I need help. But I'm going to need help with people who I can trust. And apparently you can't trust everybody. You can't. Especially when you don't have a team. But now that he does, boom, there's your result. So we got about, I would say, a couple of minutes. We got this 3 hours and the 42-minute mark. Let's say we can play some of the rest of this stuff, and so we can go home and you can enjoy. Or if anybody has any questions, Lisa, if you have any questions, my dear, and you can come up if you would like, knowing I know you do want to come up. There's nobody here, dear. There's nobody here. There's nobody here. And we could just have a little light discussion. We can have a little light discussion, like 10 minutes or so, if you're still here. I'm talking to Lisa Carter, or, Emma already knows. I mean, me and Emma, we talked about this a dozen times already. So she already knows. If anybody would like to come up and have a conversation with We-On-Loc, we can. We can. We'll just waste time for a few minutes and then we're off to bed. Or me, I'm hungry. So I might stop at Taco Bell or something like that. Give me like a couple of tacos. Quiet as kept. But with that, we will play the rest of some of the video. That's no problem. No problem at all.
Obviously, nothing that he's doing. If you've been hearing the same Real Mills 4183 on Instagram, I'll post it in the chat.
Getting back to that, I don't know who's unclear on it. I don't know who's unclear on my position on it. I don't know who's unclear that it happened. But we keep talking about it.
It wasn't about you. We-On-Loc brought that up. We-On-Loc is a Dr. Umar fan, a Dr. Umar person, and We-On-Loc keeps trying to bring it up. So
Hold up. You brought it up. I didn't bring it. I wasn't the first person to bring it up. You brought it up, sir. What did we talking about here?
That's what it's to him. It's not to you.
Okay. Well, could you tell me why you in this conversation, okay, just so I can be clear, from now until we get through talking about this, is it okay if we don't talk about the school that I already said he stole the money, that I already said he's a hustler, that I already have agreed that I don't agree with, that we're on?
Okay. The one thing I will say is that I think in my mind, and I might be wrong, in my mind, he's sick, just like I am. And I agree, I am sick of talking about it too. But niggas keep bringing it up. And so I have to defend it. Just like you defend We Are America, and you defend the Rainbow Coalition, or whatever you're defending, you defend white people. Okay, cool. I'm going to defend my people who are Pan-Africans. That's who I am. That's what I'm going to be. And that's where it's going to stay.
On the same side. Could we pretty please with sugar on top stop bringing
I'm going to try not to, but we got super chat. That's the way that you can guarantee that will be read. Okay, go ahead, Uncle Geoff. What's up, Hemi G?
All banks use the SWIFT system. Checkmate is about the most uninformed, ignorant fucking shit I've heard in the past 12 months regarding black people pooling their money. You have just invalidated scores of businesses because they all use the SWIFT system. Checkmate. Please don't say that around people who know something. Please use that among people on your level and lower, because anybody higher will inform you that pooling money has been something black people have been doing since the beginning of time. The bank that's under the SWIFT system without using names, that is a black bank, is giving loans to black people that deserve them, that Wells Fargo won't give. I know that personally. That Bank of America and First Interstate and name Chase, name them, won't give to black businesses that are now flourishing, that I can put my eyeballs on, and I ain't finna put nobody else's business out there. But that is categorically fucking ignorant. Black people pool your money and put it in black banks and hold the black bank and the black shareholders accountable. What you are saying is don't do any business at all.
No, I agree with
fuck
that.
Those thoughts. That's ignorant.
Yeah, I agree with that. We should
It's
put our money in
categorically,
black
and I'm sorry it rubs me the wrong way, but I happen to know personally is hammers that are being swung by carpenters that are remodeling, that are doing business with the Lakers, doing business with the Dodgers, doing business with private investors through black money that came out of black banks in this city. That's fucking ignorant.
You live in Los Angeles?
Yes.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
So
I think that's great.
And again, here's something I'd like to do.
Is Dr. Umar part of it?
Yes. Here's something I gotta do.
Wait,
because
no. I said, is Dr. Umar part of any of that? That's why
the video that I saw that inspired me to put money in a black bank turned your stomach. I'd like to go line for line through this video.
No,
I don't blame you. Exactly.
No,
I don't blame you.
I don't want to do it.
I don't blame you. I wouldn't either, because you'd have to qualify that.
No, it's not that I can't. Listen, if y'all want to see me, hold on real quick. I like crowdfunding, right?
No, hold on.
Uncle Geoff. Okay, sorry, I threw up in my mouth.
That's hilarious. Moxie said I ran out of trees. You know what? You're right, Moxie. You're right. I ran out of trees, so let me run to him real quick. And has given out money already for this, for people who deserve loans. If you have a cohesive plan, if you have a track record of paying your bills on time, if you have collateral, then you deserve a fucking loan. Now, what about that is a lie?
I don't see nothing else.
Well, then I'm gonna need your man Corey to either retract it or explain it. I don't like being put next to the word cap.
Well, they said you got a cap on your head. They said if you don't qualify, you get denied. Simple. That's what my man Lou said.
But no, that's not true. That's not true. You get the I tell you what. Why don't you listen to D.L. Hughley? When he got ready to have his house appraised to buy another house, they told him to take his pictures down so the people wouldn't know he was black. He didn't. His house was appraised for thousands lower than what it would deserve. The bank came out and reappraised it and gave him the thousands back.
Mind you, I'm not a banker. I'm not a banker. I barely pass math, and I hate math, but I'm going by that. Doesn't mean I can do the research and I can read on it, but going through the numbers, no, that's not me. That's not me, fam.
That's one story I know of personally that he tells on the air. That's one dude with big bread that could have bought the house cash if he wanted. Do you think that's an isolated story? If you think I'm making it up, Google Wells Fargo black people loans, just that, and see what comes.
Yeah, and you know what? We will get to that real quick. I'm so glad. I am so glad that he said that. I am so glad. Now, speaking of Wells, barely hanging on there. Oh, we going through it. All of us are going through it. But here's the thing. Here we go.
Why is Wells Fargo considered a bad bank? Wells Fargo has faced criticism due to several controversies and scandals. Most notably, their involvement in creating fake customer accounts to meet sales targets, which led to a loss of customer trust and hefty fines. Additionally, accusations of improper mortgage and financial practices have tarnished their reputation. These issues reflect poorly on their corporate ethics and customer service, contributing to a negative public perception.
Wells Fargo is one of the oldest and most powerful banks in the United States. As of 2022, the bank has nearly $2 trillion in its hands, ranking 4th in commercial banking nationwide. But since 2018, Wells Fargo's growth has stalled out with a hard cap on its assets ordered by the Federal Reserve.
They're capped at something close to $2 trillion in terms of its balance sheet.
That cap on growth came after reports of fraud at the bank emerged in the 2010s.
We all know about Wells Fargo's fake account scandal.
As this scandal has come to light, Wells Fargo has paid billions of dollars in fines and sent numerous executives out the door. Today, the bank is led by CEO Charles Scharf, a protege of JP Morgan's Jamie Dimon.
I was brought in to bring about substantial change at Wells Fargo, and we have made tremendous changes.
Various parts of the government are still investigating this iconic bank, including offices for consumer protection, securities, workplace safety, and banking. Scholars believe the government has grounds to go further.
The Federal Reserve, in certain extreme circumstances, has legal power to order effectively a breakup of a large financial conglomerate over a certain threshold level of assets. And Wells Fargo is clearly way above that threshold of assets.
Chairman Brown, I'm very confident that we have made changes which will enable us to put all of our historical problems behind us.
So what did Wells Fargo do to end up in Washington's hot seat? And what does the future hold for this historic American bank?
I would like to know as well. And by the way, if any of y'all know of any bank that I can put my money in that's not white, please let me know.
The business that became Wells Fargo began as a mail delivery service connecting key points on the U.S. East Coast and Midwest. The founders, Henry Wells and William Fargo, worked with other couriers around the country. Wells and Fargo split off from this group to form their own company in 1852 in pursuit of business opportunities in the California Gold Rush.
In the beginning, they ran express parcel services essentially via horse-drawn stagecoaches, and that's why the stagecoach is still, part of the brand of Wells Fargo.
Over time, it evolved to be a traditional bank.
Wells Fargo makes money like any other bank makes money. There's an old saying, that banking is a 3-6-3 business, which is they take in deposits and they, at 3%, they make loans at 6%, and then they go ahead and go play golf at 3 p.m.
The bank used this business model to become a cornerstone of the U.S. financial system throughout its most notorious episodes. For example, the bank that became Wells Fargo survived the Great Depression of the 1930s, which saw nearly 7,000 banks close.
The story of banking in this country is a story of consolidation. After the transaction buying Wachovia in 2008, 2009, it actually, for the first time, had a coast-to-coast network of branches.
The consolidation wave has resulted in not having any alternative to banking at a large bank like Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo may be the only game in town, or it may be the most convenient game in town because they have so many branches.
Today, Wells Fargo has nearly 4,800 bank branches open across the country.
We are, I think, the biggest of the banks here in terms of our presence in rural America.
Starting in 2000, the new wave of consolidation in the industry was happening between banks and primarily securities firms, because now it was allowed. Whereas before the year 2000, it was not legally permissible. Now we started seeing not only large financial institutions, but also
United States. And that made reports of a multi-million customer scam at the bank headline news in recent years.
People were feeling so pressured to meet sales quotas that they were cheating.
We're talking about a scandal here that involves thousands of their employees cheating tens of thousands of customers out of money and making millions of dollars doing it for the bank.
The trouble at Wells Fargo began in the sales department.
When you talk about Wells Fargo, it was always talked about a strong sales culture. When you look at sort of the postmortem, it turns out that for a lot of these people to reach their sales goals, they actually just invented customer accounts. They put real existing customers into products that they'd never asked for, and they falsified information, falsified signatures, changed phone numbers on these accounts so that people couldn't complain. They had several mottos over the years, but one of them was 8 is great.
Translation: try to sell 8 products to one household. In 2013, at the height of the scandal, a typical customer household at the bank had over 6 products in its account, which was 4 times higher than the industry average.
So what happened here was the incentive within this institution, within Wells Fargo, was to utilize the tremendous reach of the consumer banking segment of Wells Fargo with all of those branches. That doesn't mean that every diversified financial conglomerate goes as far as opening fraudulent accounts for the existing customers without letting them know, because the internal reward system actually incentivizes such fraudulent behavior. That was the reason why that scandal was really so incredibly mind-blowing. And that's why Wells Fargo really got into trouble.
Reports suggest that up to 3.5 million fake accounts were opened by Wells Fargo. That said, it wasn't the only bank opening up fake accounts at the time.
Chairman Brown, we regret, and I take full responsibility.
I guess I know y'all get the message. Well, they were involved in a big scandal. That will be the reason why. Oh, by the way, real fast, real quick, guess who Wells Fargo funded? I gotta put that in there. Guess who Wells Fargo funded?
Black religious leader in America whose Dallas church ranks amongst the largest congregations has announced a 2-year deal between TD Jakes and Wells Fargo. It has discriminated against Black folks. TD Jakes, the most well-known Black religious leader in America whose Dallas church ranks amongst the largest congregations, has announced a 2-year deal between TD Jakes and Wells Fargo. A 10-year deal between TD Jakes and Wells Fargo.
a 10-year deal between T.D. Jakes and Wells Fargo. They're going to use T.D. Jakes to sanitize their image in Black America. They're going to use T.D. Jakes to sanitize their image in Black America. Wells Fargo has committed $1 billion to fund a variety of projects that foster community development. Wait a minute, I'm confused.
Me too.
I'm confused.
Me too.
A variety of projects. Can we get some specifics, T.D. Jakes? $1 billion for a variety of projects to benefit the Black. Projects like what?
I don't think it matters, E5, because those projects will be funded by Wells Fargo.
Projects like what, T.D. Jakes? What deal did you cut behind closed doors with Wells Fargo, T.D. Jakes?
Like and subscribe.
What deal did you cut behind closed doors with Wells Fargo, T.D. Jakes? $1 billion and you can't name no projects? How much of that money does T.D. Jakes get?
Good question.
How much money is T.D. Jakes getting? T.D. Jakes said, the future looks very bleak for minorities. Listen, Black bourgeoisies ain't allowed to talk about Black people alone. Black bourgeoisies are not allowed to talk about Black people alone. Black bourgeoisies are not allowed to talk about Black people alone. Listen to what T.D. Jakes said. The future looks bleak for minorities. Black people, brown people, poor white people are finding it difficult. Workforce people to get a job, to find opportunity, to get housing. Why can't T.D. Jakes talk about Black people? Why can't T.D. Jakes talk about Black people? Why can't T.D. Jakes talk about Black people? Why he got to talk about minorities, brown people, poor white people, workforce people? Because Black bourgeoisies are not allowed to talk about Blacks. Philadelphia 76er James Harden. Philadelphia 76er James Harden. Philadelphia 76er James Harden, who I respect. Hopefully he's not bunny hopping, but he has volunteered to help a disabled Asian young man who's in a wheelchair to get him through his disability. Surgeries, whatever he needs, James Harden is going to do that for him. James Harden is flying him out to all the Sixers games. James Harden is doing everything he needs to do to help this young Asian disabled young man to get what he needs. Okay? I don't have a problem with James Harden helping out the disabled Asian young man. I have no problem with James Harden helping out the disabled Asian young man. But I gotta ask you, Brother James, if you can do that for one disabled Asian child, no disrespect to that child, if you can do that for one disabled Asian child, where is the Black child? I know a lot of Black children in a wheelchair. I know a lot of Black children with disabilities. We have a lot of Black disabled people.
Well, number one, I know a lot of Black people, a lot of Black children who get overlooked. I mean, again, it's like we don't understand that 90% of your athletes are for this system because they are in the system. Once you start collecting the paychecks, you are automatically in the system, and it can tell you what to do. Now, they have what's called a union, but the union answers to who? People within the organization. And if it really doesn't matter, because if I don't even know this dude's name, who's the GM? Who's the GM and own? Well, not owner. Ever since Sterling retired, then you got this person taking over for the NBA. They answer to him. Everybody, and particularly LeBron James, he's on the union board of the the NBA Association. So is Chris Paul, and he's godfather to his son. He's on the board as well. It doesn't matter who it is, you have a boss to answer to. And with that being said, they don't have to cater to anybody who's black. They don't have to. That's like saying it's going to take, first of all, it's going to take notice. It's going to take notice if you're a single player. Let's just say you're Westbrook. Let's just say you're Westbrook. And Westbrook goes up to 90% black children everywhere he goes, right? And he just pays all the black people all attention. It's going to cause friction within the media, starting with the media. And then it goes from the media to Stephen A. Smith, and it goes to Skip Bayless. I mean, it's Shannon freaking Sharp. Oh my God. It's like, oh, you can. I mean, but I would be careful with that. Why do I have to be careful? These are my people. It doesn't matter how much money they're giving me. These are my freaking people. If I want to go up to every black child in wherever I go, if I'm in New Orleans, if I'm in New York, if I'm in LA, if I'm in Washington, Dallas, LA, Nevada, if I'm anywhere, I am going to shake a black boy's hand. But no, people are going to start to take notice, and it's going to start criticism. Who gives a damn? Nobody everybody criticized Dua-Roof when he played for I think he played for the Bucks at that particular time, a long time ago. Now he's with Ice Cube playing the 3-ball stuff, which shouts out to Ice Cube. Yay, yay. And then let's not talk about football. Oh, football. I don't care how tough you think you are. You bending over backwards to your owner. You are bending over backwards to that whole NFL, that whole organization. It doesn't matter how clean do you know you're going to lose? Let me tell you what. Let me give the specifics of what I'm saying. The NFL is so distorted now. It's so rigged, and it's about to be in the point where it's going to go into a strike. You know why that is? Because all of the running back position is getting paid less than the wide receivers and offensive tackles, than the defensive tackles, the nose guards, the safeties, the cover, the wide receivers. The wide receivers are next. The wideouts will be next. You know why? Because they feel that the halfback positions are a waste, because it's a 3-year period. They work. They come out of college. They go to the combine. They show their strength, speed, and whatever else, and the coaches just use them as workhorse. How do I know? Because I am an advocate of the Dallas Cowboys no longer, because I'm in a 5-year period where if they don't get something done, I was like, I'm totally done with them. But that's what they do. They use you, and they use you like workhorses. And once you're used all up, and once you start getting injured, you start getting injury after injury after injury, they're pretty much done with you. There is no extended contract. The only person they extend the contract to are what? Quarterbacks. And it doesn't matter how. The quarterback have a long shelf life. Halfbacks, do you notice any fullbacks? For those who follow that stuff, for those who follow sports, have you seen fullbacks anywhere? Do they use fullbacks? Every once in a blue moon. Allstat from the Bucks was one of the for the I think not Milwaukee Bucks. What am I thinking? The Buccaneers was one of the best fullbacks. John Allstott. John Allstott was one of the best fullbacks in the National Football League. Where are all the fullbacks now? They might as well just play 7-on-7. Might as well. Might as well go on. But pretty soon, all the wideout positions are going to have a short shelf life, and they're just going to replace you because they're getting tired of all the divas. All the divas are gone. All the divas are gone, from Randy Moss to Tara Owens to I forgot the brother's name. I'm blanking. Brandon Marshall to the brother that took his stuff off and he just left for good. I forgot what his name was, but he's completely. They don't want that. Oh, I almost forgot Des Bryant too. Shouts out to Des Bryant wherever he is. They just get rid of you. They don't need you. And they treat you like cattle. That's what they do. They treat you like cattle. That incident that they had to pay players who long-term had to be Antonio Brown. Thank you. Remember those players from back in the day that had the protocol concussion? You know why they had to pay those people. They had to pay those people. And it cost the NFL, what, over $1 billion? $72 billion? They're about to go on strike. Because unlike the NBA, they don't necessarily have that type of strong union that the NBA has. Looks like, what does it say? It looks like it's going to be nice and professional. I'm not getting. Could you clarify that, Mrs. Carter? Could you clarify that? But what I'm saying is, they don't. Going back to what Ifa was talking about, they don't have to shake hands with the Negroes, the niggers, the nigglets. It's like, we are the world. Again, do we have to say, We are the world. We are the white children. Oh, look at those white babies. What do you usually see when they go out and when they go back to the locker room? They really did take their shirt off. With Dennis Rodman, I didn't care because even though that brother was kind of off, he was still that guy. But there's everybody now. They're just giving balls and everybody. That's what they are. That's what they are, and that's what they do. All right. We got 5 more minutes. We got 5 more minutes. This was very interesting. This was very interesting to say the least. But I think we did a good job, people. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much for your love and support.
My problem with the athletes, every time they sign in sneakers and taking pictures and giving out charity, 90% of the time it's to a non-black child. They are not allowed to be seen with black children. Every time I see them signing some damn sneakers. Every time I see them giving out a jersey, signing some sneakers, taking a picture, doing some charity, paying for somebody's bills, why is it always non-black people? Why is that? 90% of the time, it's non-black people.
You can thank Dwayne Wade for this. He signed a sneaker deal with China. I don't know why he did that. Because you were with his airness, Michael Jordan, like I think it was 2011 when you came out with your sneaker, and I wore your freaking sneakers. Your sneakers was off the hook. But ever since then, after you won your first title, you flipped over and you signed over with China. Why? Why? Oh, they bought his sneakers over there in China. Over here in America, ain't nobody wearing that book. All I see is Air Jordans. I rarely see LeBron sneakers. Who wears LeBron sneakers? Who wore LeBron sneakers? All I see was the Michael Jordans. That's all I see is Jordans. You'll see Kobe's. You'll see some Kobe's here, there. You'll see some LeBrons here, there. You will definitely see some. Hell, I've seen a couple of Ewings. I'm so cool to wear Air Ewing. I would definitely wear some Iversons. I love that cat. I would definitely wear some Iversons, some Reebok. But ultimately, no one outshines Jordan. Jordan has the ultimate shoes. Especially, what is everybody's favorite shoe? Patent leather. How do I know? I have them. But that was more than a couple years ago. I still have them on to today and haven't worn them yet. The black and the white ones.
90% of the time, it's non-black people, brothers and sisters. I ain't got nothing against them helping that kid. But where is your charity for us? Us.
Ain't none.
Let me tell you what TD Jake's going to do with that $1 billion. He's going to help people of color with that Wells Fargo money. Listen to me, Black Texas. Listen to me, Black. I want my Dallas Africans to hear me. I want my Dallas Africans to hear me. I want my Fort Worth Africans to hear me. I want my Texas Africans TD Jakes is going to use that money for poor whites, immigrants, yellow people, brown people, red people. Black people ain't going to hardly get none of that money.
Nope.
Black people aren't going to get hardly of that $1 billion of Wells Fargo money that they're going to use with TD Jakes. I promise you. I promise you this. And y'all will not hold TD Jakes accountable because he is a pastor. He gets a free ride. Just like Al Sharpton. Pastor, they get a free ride. All the religious leaders in the black community who talk a bunch of shit and don't do nothing get a free ride because they religious leaders. It's time.
And you don't go against religious leaders. Will he sell out? I don't consider most religious leaders leading black people. I don't. Leading them to what? The slaughter? Preachers are not revolutionaries. But there is one particular one, Pastor Gino. Have everybody heard of Pastor Gino? I'm starting to figure him. I'm starting to see the forest from the trees a little bit when it comes to Pastor Gino. For those who don't know who Pastor Gino is, let me put you up on game, fam. Let me put you up on game real quick about how Pastor Gino, he makes me laugh sometimes. I mean, he's just like my wife's pastor, which is kind of scary in itself. Let me see if I can Pastor Gino in here. Gino Jenkins. Oh man, what clip is Let me see. Let me see. Let me play.
So-called president of the divided states is a child of hell and a servant of the devil. Amen. And there are so-called white preachers that's calling some of our ministers in the truth of God. The first one that got called was Pastor Campbell in Oklahoma. And he called me, and the fella called him from Missouri. And tried to convince Pastor Campbell to leave the truth of God because Pastor Jennings was preaching against Trump. And he said that a lot of Pastor Jennings' followers going to leave him because he's speaking against Trump.
My Lord.
Listen, you can't even get my cameraman to leave.
That's right. That's right.
And the cameramen don't profess to be saved.
Amen.
Anyone that got any common sense know Trump is a sinner.
That's right.
Trump condoned adultery.
Yeah.
Trump believed he can fumble any woman under the sun. Trump said if he go to the street and shoot you, he won't get charged.
Right.
Trump is mentally unstable. Only a wicked, ungodly demon would take children and throw them in a cage and separate them from their mother. The next one that he called was my other minister, Abraham. Abraham didn't know that the same brother called Campbell. And he tried to throw a little sale pitch to Abraham to some little cheap preachers down there in Mexico and taking Abraham to them. Look, I'm happy where I'm at.
Amen.
Now, isn't it ironic that many of you so-called white Christian brothers, you didn't kick up a fuss when I spoke against Barack when he condoned same-sex marriage? That's right. And ain't none of y'all said nothing.
There you go,
because I speak against your bigot buddy.
There you go.
Trump, your bigot buddy. I tell you what you do, Mr. Preachers. Besides calling my brothers, why don't you face me like a man? We ain't on no plantation. You won't see me standing in front of you with my head down. I look at you and wear you out with the Bible. I said Trump is a child of hell. Amen. And I don't care who you are. If you so white, you reflect the sun. Amen. Come on and face me like a man, and I'll be your earthly eclipse right here.
And he does challenge a lot of people. He does. I thought I'd just give you a little something. He does challenge a lot of people, fam. He challenges a lot of people. I mean, he challenges Israelites. He challenges, I don't know, it's some brother that he challenges, and they come, and then they get challenged, and they get that work. They do. And I definitely want to give a shout out to what was the brother? It's a brother that followed him that I used to follow. That he was a YouTubian at one point, but I don't think he does YouTube too far. I forgot what the brother's name was. What? That's crazy. But I just thought I'd give you a little snippet. I'm getting kind of tired, so I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna dip, but Book of Negroes. Now, of course, I gotta put Izzy Bandz in there. I definitely gotta put Anton. I gotta put Angry Man on the list. I gotta put King the wannabe King Kong consciousness in there. I gotta put all of 90% of my old sector in there. Everybody but a few. But I got my own. I gotta put Taz in there. He was never an Umar supporter to begin with, but I just whatever. Who else is need to be? Everybody that doesn't support Umar he's talking shit. It just keeps talking shit. I gotta put you in the Book of Negroes. That's it. I can't put Uncle Geoff in there. No, I cannot put Uncle Geoff in there. I'm not going to. Here's what grade will the school be for? Where is the school? In Wilmington, Delaware, and he's going to start off 2nd through 4th grade. I believe there's the website. I ain't even been on the fucking website. This is how crazy I am. What is it? Wait. Oh, Franklin. My bad. Academy. Okay. What is that? Academy. Yep. He has a website. He has the website. So if you want to make a donation, please make a donation. Yep. For those who have the who want to go to the website, I'll pull it up real quick so there won't be no speculations. You can make a donation today if you want. Here's the website. Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Academy. So Somebody did a perfectly good job with this. Did a perfectly good job. So if y'all want to go to the website, you can. School update. What is today's date? Today's March. This is the 23rd. I need a little bit more updating. I'm gonna have to get with his. He needs a. What he needs is a marketing team. That's what he needs. He needs a marketing team that can do. He needs a marketing team that can do the internet workings for him. That's what I'm gonna stress that about. But the website is up there. The website is up there. So, with that being said, thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Bridget. Thank you, everybody who has stuck with me. KJ, thanks for the Cash App. Who came in there for Ryan Smith, of course. Miss Nebraska, we cannot do without you. And of course, Emma is always supportive. Always. And with that being said, I'm gonna call it a night. And if I have to do this again, I will do this again. Peace, family. Peace and love. Wrong button. See, that's how tired you get when you press the wrong damn button. All right. Y'all have a good night.